1 minute to go live. Please switch on your we can go live. Please start the session.
Brahma sir, should I begin the session?
Have we gone live, Team Digital India?
We are live. Start.
Are we live or we are going to be live?
We are already live.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I would request MC for the day, Vansika Singh, to kindly initiate the session. Thank you.
Sure, sir. A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Vanshika Singh, on behalf of the organizing team of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, welcome you all to the third day of India Stack Knowledge Exchange session. India Stack, as we all know, is the repository of India's key projects like Aadhaar, UPI, Unified Payment Interface, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and so on and so forth. It is estimated that by 2030, urban India will contribute to more than 70% of India's GDP and house at least 40% of the national population. In view of this, Smart City Mission was launched focusing on driving economic growth and improving quality of life of India's urban residents through National Urban Innovation Stack, NUIS. NUIS aims to catalyze transformative collaboration in the urban ecosystem through establishing a shared digital public good. And this brings us to the theme of today's session, Urban Stack, wherein we'll get an insight into the linkages between India Stack and Urban Stack, evolution of Urban Stack, and implementation experiences from several integral schemes within NUIS. We have esteemed leaders from the Digital India ecosystem who will be enlightening us with their experiences and ideas on Urban Stack. To begin with, the first speaker is Mr. Kunal Kumar, IAS, currently holding the office of Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Smart City Mission, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Initially, he was Municipal Commissioner at Pune Municipal Corporation, Maharashtra for around 4 years. He has been serving the state of Maharashtra since 1999 and has worked across several cities of Maharashtra. Mr. Kumar has served as district collector in 3 districts of Maharashtra and has also worked as municipal commissioner in Kolhapur. He was awarded by the Prime Minister of India for Excellence in Aadhaar Governance Award during his stint as district collector of Aurangabad. He'll be deliberating his session today on Smart Cities Mission and Integrated Control and Command Center. The second speaker is Dr. Inder Gopal. He is the CEO of India Urban Data Exchange, a pioneering program by the Government of India to enable the use of data for the public good. He's a world-class technologist and researcher with an extensive list of publications, patents, and awards under his name. Dr. Gopal will be delivering a talk on India Urban Data Exchange, IUDX. The next speaker is Mr. Manish Srivastav, the CTO at eGov Foundation. Prior to eGov, Mr. Srivastav co-founded and was the CTO of Litmus World for 6 years. Litmus World is a SaaS platform for customer experience management. He worked with Infosys for 17 years, where the last position he held was as a principal architect with the software engineering and technology labs. In today's session, he'll be sharing his insights on digital infrastructure for governance, impact, and transformation. And lastly, we have Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, the Vice President, Corporate Affairs, National Industrial Corridor Development Program, NICDC. He is a fellow member of Institute of Company Secretaries and gold medalist in law. He is the one responsible for creating PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan for providing multi-modal connectivity to economic zones from scratch, and he's now bringing the technology-based digital disruption by creating what we call the Unified Logistics Interface Platform. He is responsible for converting the DMIC into National Industrial Corridor to 11 corridors now, from 7 cities to 32 cities, from 6 states to 18 states now, and he's bringing the National Industrial Corridor program to the national level. Mr. Chaudhary has also been nominated as a director on behalf of Government of India in various projects, SPVs. He will share his insight on Unified Logistics Interface Platform today, and will also be the moderator of the session. With your permission, sir, I would like to request the Digital India team to please play the pre-recorded bite of Mr. Kunal Kumar for today's session. Thank you.
A very good morning to everyone. I'm indeed thankful that I've been invited for this Digital India Week, and I'm very glad to be speaking to the esteemed audience today. Unfortunately, because of my travel, I have not been able to join you personally, but nevertheless, because of technology and digital world, I'm being able to reach you and share a few thoughts about the smart cities in India and how technology is being used, and in particular, how technology has been used to create integrated command and control centers and the kind of role they are playing in India's cities. So, first of all, congratulations to everyone for the Digital India Week. I think India is clearly one of the global leaders in digital technologies, and one of the places where digital technologies are being used to a very great extent is the smart cities. So if you look at how people generally think about smart cities, it is that cities which use technologies to improve citizen lives. Yes, that is the definition which is most commonly used about smart cities. But in India, we have seen that our cities are in multiple stages of maturity, multiple sizes, different cultures. There's a lot of heterogeneity in the way India's cities are. And therefore, one common definition for our Indian cities is very difficult to get. In fact, it is avoidable and should not be tried. So within the smart cities, when I'm asked the question, what is a smart city? I would rather reply, it is what you think your city should be. What as a citizen you aspire your city to be. What makes your city feel attractive to you and fellow citizens. If that is what the city is, it is a smart city. And while this is a very broad definition, I think there are 3-4 general principles which have emerged over the last 4 to 5 years of the implementation of the smart cities mission. And I would highlight those going forward. First of all, I would quickly like to mention that yes, the smart cities mission was launched in 2015. We have completed 7 years. Of course, the first 3 years went in the selection process. It was a competitive selection. So 100 cities finally were selected by 2018. And over the last 4 years, after 2018 till about 2022, when we are now talking, close to about $25 billion of works have started to get executed on ground, and close to about $8 billion of work, or $8.5 billion of work have been completed. And we are on target as we are moving forward to complete most of these works by end of June 2023. This then becomes a very important program for the government, and also, as I said, for the citizens of this country, for the urban sector for the country, because it is building new templates. It is, through its experiments and through its broad-based approach, is creating new approaches to do things. Different kinds of things are getting experimented, and a lot of novelty in the kind of projects that is being taken. And first of all, in being citizen centric, in trying to create things which are rooted in the local context. So as I was saying, smart cities, what are the general principles that have emerged? I think four of them stand out. One, the ability of a city to create more impact and more output from less resources or less energy consumed. It's more from less. The second thing that comes out is what I term as affordable excellence. And affordable excellence can be defined as something which is good quality as well as not very pricey. And if it seems very difficult to imagine something, look at the device in your hand. It's called the mobile phone. It is a clear example, a good example of what is affordable, and yet it is an excellent medium of communication. And if the richest of the richest have it, the poorest of the poor also have it. So can we think of equivalents of the mobile phone in the areas of housing, sanitation, water, education, health, environment? And therefore, that kind of thinking drives our smart cities. Third is about being future ready. It's about sustainable. It's not that you create cities and you build infrastructure and create services for the city of today. You also have to be cognizant of the needs of the tomorrow. You cannot take away from tomorrow's generations their due. And therefore, sustainable development is a very core principle of how smart cities are being developed. And the fourth thing is, and probably the most important thing, is that citizens and communities have to be at the core of smart city development. Anywhere where experts have the say and they feel that this is right or that is right. However, the citizenry is not attuned with that way of development or functioning. There we have to give primacy to the community and say, well, whatever the community needs and whatever the community aspires for should be what the smart city should aspire for. Yes, there has to be an informed debate and there has to be mutual consultation, and at the end of the day, it is what the community needs that needs to happen. So these are the four broad principles that have emerged. And if you see, how is technology getting used in all this? So as I said, the context is different in different cities. So maybe some of the cities are prioritizing, of course, the broad umbrella is improvement of quality of life. But in some cities, the priority is to improve public transport. Some cities are focusing more on improving educational outcomes. Some cities are more focused on sanitation, others on water, housing, environment. So the hierarchy and the priority for different cities is different. And therefore, while each of the cities is trying to improve the quality of life of its citizens, trying to improve their day-to-day functioning, the different areas that they prioritize are different. Then, smart cities are using technology for economic growth. A lot of innovation and, digital challenges, use of digital technologies to connect people, to build collaborations, build public-private partnerships is also happening. Then technology is getting used to improve the efficiency of governance. So if you have a solid waste management system, how can you use technologies like, vehicle location technologies and sensors in bins and digital technologies which can track end-to-end supply chains of solid waste management, or similarly in leakage control in water systems, or maybe managing environment by detecting environment pollution and then devising methodologies to control it. So effective governance and efficient governance. Then of course, social sector, the smart classrooms, education, smart health, virtual clinics, telemedicine, and this entire sector where education and health are brought to the common man by the use of technology, the quality and the access to basic services is improved. So these are very broad examples of where technology is getting, of course, how to mitigate climate change and how to adapt and mitigate climate change. How do you look at deepening engagement with the community? How do you look at building capacity in the system by using technology? So there are many, many ways in which technology is getting deployed. Now, one of the ways in which technology has been deployed is called the Integrated Command and Control Center. This is something which we were completely unaware of. I have been in the municipal sector from 2006. I've been in city municipalities for about 8.5 years before I came to Delhi. And it's only after the beginning of the Smart Cities mission we thought of something like this. And the history of integrated command center probably starts from the Rio flood, which happened, I think, close to 2010 in Brazil. And then the mayor quickly put together a system, a command and control mechanism through a war room which was created, which was tech-based. And then subsequently, that same war rooms got used for the Rio Olympics. And then subsequently, many cities have used it for many things. But as you see, the genesis of it was for managing disasters, managing crisis situations, and managing events like Olympics. However, in our Indian context, the ICCC holds much more importance than that. Number one, if you see, India's city governance is very fragmented because a lot of different agencies, municipal corporations, development authorities, district collectors, JAL boards, and many other parastatal agencies. There are transport companies, there are metro companies, and so everyone has a say. So this is traditionally been the case, and while some there are variances, largely this can be seen across the country. So when an investment like an ICCC happens, that gives you an opportunity of integrating government functioning through the use of technologies. Even though structurally they are different departments, they come together and share data and work on the same data and create integrated solutions for the city. So this is one very good example of what ICCC is doing in the Indian context, unlike the West. Then secondly, if you see the Integrated Command and Control Center has become a good place to plan for cities. So let's say, for example, a new road has to be developed or a new neighborhood intervention has to be planned. You have cameras across that place. You have sensors across that place. You could look at that data for, say, a month or 2 or 3 months, and then subsequently analyzing that data, find out where the conflicts are, what are the problems being faced, and then subsequently use planning technologies. And then, of course, you can also engage with people. And once you've sensed the problem, you could create meaningful solutions. Unlike just doing a desk job and then subsequently going ahead with a solution that may not work. So it has helped in planning. It has helped in visualizing the problems. It has also helped in real-time crisis management, of course, as whether you have to inform citizens of some work that is happening in their area, you have to manage situations where there is flooding, or maybe I would mention is how COVID the entire value chain of COVID management because they had this ICCC in place. So if I broadly categorize in 4 quadrants the work that is being done.
What we do, though, just one thing. I mean, from a legal point of view,
first quadrant will be
this is not exactly
so a lot of information gathering about the city. Sensing the city,
they have not even
information about taxpayers, information about movement of people, information about what is happening on the roads of the city, what is happening in public places, where are the grievances coming from, where are water leakages taking place, where are more accidents happening, how is the public transport moving. So information has become easy to access and share and to make people and resources align because there's one single source of truth that is not possible. The second quadrant is communication. So ICCC has helped bring a lot of people who are working in hitherto silos together, and it has improved communication. It has also improved communication between government and citizens and vice versa. So it has become an important connector in the city landscape. The third quadrant is about being prepared, which is about predictive analytics. Can you use the data that is coming in from multiple sources into the ICCC for actually predicting where the next epidemic or the next diarrhea or maybe malaria or dengue bouts can take place in the city? Can you predict where the crimes next wave of crime or where crimes can happen in the city? Can you predict where how can you improve learning outcomes going forward in municipal schools? So those are kinds of things that are happening in many cities across the country. And the fourth one, of course, is how do you manage the city better? So the management is the fourth quadrant, where managing the governance like water management, solid waste management, environmental management, or also managing crisis situations like, as I said, COVID, where the entire chain, right from tracing to first of all tracing, and then subsequently to treatment, and then contact tracing, and then finding out and which areas needed what kind of interventions, and managing lockdowns and managing logistics and supplies. Everything was possible through the ICCC. So essentially, multiple uses, 4 quadrants, as I said: information, communication, prediction, and management. And of course, the function of integrating governance, which is fragmented in our cities, and bringing together a lot of planning capabilities. If you zoom out, you will see that we follow 3P approach to technology within smart cities. So one of the P's is people, where we understand that investing in technology itself is not sufficient. You have to invest in people, you have to augment resources, you have to train resources, you have to build capacity of resources, and you have to also build partnerships and collaborations so that you have the wherewithal to deal with technology. Technology itself is not of very good use unless you are able to use it properly, use it mindfully, use it with all its riders and biases, and you have to be on top of it so that you are able to minimize the ill effects and maximize the positive effects. So you need to have investment in people. The second P is about investing in processes. So we've invested in SOPs, we've invested in guidelines, we've invested in policies, for example, how cities manage data. We've, over the last 3 years, created what we call the digital strategies for cities, largely focused on data, which is called the Data Smart City Strategy. And the Data Smart City Strategy lays out, once again, how a city should have its data policy in place, how it should build collaborations between public and private agencies to manage data, how should it go about engaging with the citizenry on data-related issues. So policies and processes, that's the second P. And the third P is platforms, where yes, we have a policy in place, yes, we have invested in people, but we now need to be on platforms to be able to share data, to be able to access data, to be able to create solutions using data and develop more and more use cases which are meaningful to the lives of people. So we've developed what we call the India Urban Data Exchange. In the ministry, we have what is called the India Urban Observatory. All the smart cities are very active on the open data portal of the Government of India. And there is a lot of sharing of data which happens between public and private partnerships through hackathons and other such challenges, but also on a day-to-day basis for creating solutions which impact the lives of citizens positively. So platforms, processes, and people, the 3P approach to technology also applies to ICCCs. And today in our cities, we have 88 of the 100 smart cities have ICCCs functioning. We are trying our level best to ensure that all the 100 ICCCs come up before the 15th of August 2022. And as I say, that doesn't mean that they will all be mature on day one. What I mean is they will start functioning, they will start with certain use cases, but these are technologies which have immense capabilities. And what a Jhansi ICCC looks now, or what a Belgavi ICCC looks today, or a Bangalore, or a Hyderabad, or a Newtown Kolkata ICCC looks today, would be completely different 2 years down the line, because they would have taken on new challenges. And this is something that I want to emphasize, that we did not develop ICCCs in 2017, 18, and 19 keeping COVID in mind. But when COVID struck, this investment that we had done could be repurposed and used for management of COVID. So this is one of the greatest things about technology, is when you invest in generic technologies like ICCC, in data management systems, in cloud computing, in creating resources which can collate data, analyze data, and then create meaningful solutions out of it, you have good partnerships and collaborations, it can be repurposed overnight and be used for different kinds of challenges and different kinds of situations that the city faces. thereby increasing the adaptability of the city. And all of us know that, like humans and animals, cities which are more adaptable have a better future. Cities which are more self-organizing in nature, cities which can create more connections between its people, organizations, markets, and cities which are more adaptable have a better future. So ICCCs have a very strong role to play in that direction. So overall, I've talked about technology, I've talked about ICCCs, I've talked about the fundamental 3P principle and the 4-quadrant approach we have used to behind technology and ICCCs in particular. There is a long distance yet to go. The Digital India Week gives us time to reflect upon what we have done, but also gives us inspiration to do a lot more going forward in the future. I always say, when people ask me, when is the smart city going to develop? When is X city going to become smart? Well, it's a very tough question to answer. It shows the hunger of people to see very good things happening. But unfortunately, what I have to say is smart cities is always going to be a journey. It's never going to be a destination. There's never going to be a situation of nirvana when a city has solved all its problems. When you solve one problem, you are faced with another. When you solve that, you're faced with another. What is a smart city is a going concern. It is a city which can adapt to any problem. It can organize itself to suit any context and any challenge that it faces. It can latch on to any opportunity that arises. And that's going to be a smart city. It's always going to be a journey. And I think the way we are using technology, the way we are starting to look at smart cities as a holistic, as a city which is built around people and continuously reinvents itself. That's going to really be India's contribution to the smart city journey across the world, because most of the world actually defines smart cities as cities which use technology for people. But in India's context, we say cities built around their people and which can create more from less, are future ready, are sustainable, have affordable excellence at their core, and are built around communities are smart cities. So we have a much broader definition, and technology is being used to in each of those 4 principles meaningfully and mindfully. So I once again, at the end, I wish all of you a very inspiring Digital India Week. Let us all keep working together in the smart city space and otherwise on various kinds of technologies, enhancing India's leadership across the world. And also, most importantly, while we look at India's leadership across the world, we have to look at how these technologies can make simple, small, yet very strong differences in the lives of people in our cities and rural areas, so that technology becomes used and can take our country forward, both in the quality of life and economic growth and sustainability. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Mr. Kumar for enlightening us on the concept of Smart City Mission and Integrated Command and Control Center, sharing your perspectives, the concept of affordable excellence and other core components of the mission, and how the team is striving to fulfill the targets with the use of innumerable technologies, which in turn is ensuring efficient and effective governance, was really insightful for us. I now request our moderator for the day, Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, to please take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Vanshika. It's been a good participation and very good learning experience for me in person, who is also involved in some way or the other with the development of the smart cities, though greenfield smart cities under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program. And I welcome all the panelists to this session. And just to start with, I'll give an overview of, because the subject you have given it to me is about the Unified Logistics Interface Platform. So I just wanted to request one of my colleagues, Janki, to kindly share some slides so that we can give a proper briefing about what the Unified Logistic Interface Platform is all about and how we are using the technology to leapfrog and to create complete transparency into the logistic landscape of the country. Next, please. So unified logistic interface platform, this also emerged during the COVID pandemic, wherein the Honorable Prime Minister has given directions to the Niti Aayog to come out with some technology common elements, one in the area of healthcare, one in the area of education, one in the area of agriculture, and only one was related to the logistics. So Niti Aayog has already delivered all of these, and the responsibility for developing the logistics stack was given to us. We started working in early 2021, and on a very tight schedule, we were supposed to integrate the logistics systems of different line ministries as well as different agencies who are working in this space. So as part of the unified logistics interface platform, what we have done is at the back end, we have integrated the individual systems of 7 ministries covering close to 1,550 fields by way of developing nearly 100 APIs. So all this looks quite easy and simple as far as this integration is concerned, but administratively knocking the doors of every single ministry, asking them to open up their gates and allow to integrate with a common platform was a Herculean task. Next, please. So this year's budget speech, Honorable Finance Minister has also mentioned about the unified logistic interface platform, and she has stated that all modes of operation shall be brought under one interface through an API development, which will ensure the effective movement of goods and eventually help in reducing logistic costs, will make our country more cost competitive, and we will be in a position to supply to the world. It will provide real-time information and improve our international competitiveness. And the platform has to be created on an open stack technology platform. So this platform has already been created, and we have now in the process of developing more and more use cases by involving and giving a lot of participation from the startups and the private sector community. Next slide, please. In terms of phasing strategy, the phase 1 of the ULIP we have already delivered, which is creation of a logistic gateway solution, and whereby the multi-modal coverage of different systems are integrated to one another. In the second leg of the system, which is the phase 2, definitely we are going to come out with a single documentation system, and the objective is that over a period of time, the ULIP platform will become the UPI of the logistics sector. So the entire architecture of the ULIP platform has been designed in such a fashion that eventually every single logistic transaction in the country will get authenticated through the ULIP platform, irrespective of the mode of transport, irrespective of whether it is an export or import or a domestic cargo, irrespective of the number of handshake points between one mode of transport to another. Next slide, please. In terms of architecture, these are the systems which are listed on the top, which everyone can see. There are so many systems which do not talk to each other. If I just give you an example with regard to the system of MORTH, for example, Vahan Sarthi, Fastech, the systems don't talk to each other. Within the shipping ministry, PCS 1.x, terminal operating system, NLP Marine. Within MOCA, civil aviation, there are 3 different systems. Mumbai Airport, Bangalore Airport, Hyderabad Airport, Delhi Airport are running on 2 different systems. And then there are 26 systems which the airports which are managed and controlled by Airport Authority of India. And all these systems are in a way contributing to the logistic supply chain of the country. But none of these systems are talking to each other. So what we have done is we have at a back end integrated all these systems and created the platform called ULIP for providing a completely single window visibility and a solution to the end user. So we feel that anybody, whether it is a government agency, whether it is a manufacturing company, whether it is a startup, whether it is a port, whether it is a 3PL, 4PL logistics service provider, exporter, importer, transporter, all will get benefited out of this. And it will help in providing more or less real-time visibility, authenticating the transaction, tracking, tracing, automation, planning, informed decision-making, discovery, spot booking, all that will be in a position to facilitate. Next, please. So just to give you the highlight about what the ULIP is all about, the mandate given to us is basically to work on two initial layers. One is the integration layer, which I spoke about. The second is the governance layer, how the flow of information will happen, which is we will not be sharing any personal identified information with the end user. We will only be sharing the information on a request response based system and providing the highest level of security, safety, so that there is no data leakage. All systems have been developed considering the known guidelines of MIT. System audits, etc., is being conducted because private sector, especially, is quite reluctant in sharing the data. They already have a fear that their data should not get leaked to their competitors. So that is the governance part of the share, that the platform ownership will always remain with the government and the integrity and the privacy of the data will be ensured. In the presentation layer, we are promoting the private sector participation, and most of the companies and the private sector players, startups who are involved in the logistics space are coming forward. Recently, we have concluded ULIP Hackathon in collaboration with Atal Innovation Mission and NITI Aayog, whereby we got close to 530 entries, and we selected 3 winners, and we have taken them from an ideation stage to a prototype stage. Close to 15 use cases are already being developed. We have already created individual apps. There are 5 use cases which we have developed in-house, and there are 10 use cases which has been developed directly by the private sector. And once this platform is officially launched for the public use, then definitely I'm definitely sure that more and more use cases will come up depending on the need. So again, to clarify, just like UPI, the government has created the base layer. On the top of it, there can be different payment apps. There can be different payment gateways like Google Pay, Airtel Pay. But government has created their own app, one which is called Beam UPI. Similarly, we have created 4 or 5 apps just to demonstrate the utility of the whole platform. But the objective is that more and more private sector should come in to leverage onto this platform and provide better services to the trade. Next slide, please. So these are the kind of the systems which is already being integrated. So the ones which are marked in green, all integration, development of API, testing of those APIs, and taking these APIs to the level of production has already taken place. National Logistic Portal, which is, we call it as NLP Marine, that is being developed by Indian Port Association. Once this is developed, from day one, ULIP will get integrated from that. And there are 2-3 systems which is either build of GSTN as well as some systems of PGAs that are getting integrated as we speak. Next, please. So in terms of the quantity and the volume of the work which has taken place in the past 1 year, so these are the ministries which you see in the gray, and the amount of systems which we see. Every single port was having a different terminal operating system and was talking to each other and covering so many fields. So if I just put it in a very simplistic manner, I can say that 27 systems covering 1531 fields has been integrated by way of developing 96 APIs. Next, please. So in terms of presentation layer or the use cases, industry app ecosystem has been created. We have signed a non-disclosure agreement with all the different private players to whom the information is being shared on a very restrictive basis as of now for developing the use cases. We have run the Logistic Hackathon where we got very beautiful cases. 22 entries were shortlisted, and we are promoting these 22 players to take it to the level of prototype development. 5 apps has already been developed in-house, which is Know Your Transport, Track Your Transport, LDB 2.0, Empty Carrier Discovery, and Empty Container Discovery. All these apps are being live tested on a daily basis. Next, please. So this is how we are. We have developed this ULIP, and we are hoping that probably in the next couple of months we should officially launch it so that it can be put to more use and more private sector participation can be brought into the ULIP platform. Thank you so much, and you can just take out the presentation. And now I'll request Mr. Manish Srivastav, CTO, EGOF Foundation, to share his thoughts, please.
Thank you, Vijay. I'll use a presentation to articulate what we are doing with Digit. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes. Thank you. So I'm going to talk to you through a platform called Digit Urban. This is so Digit is being built by Eager Foundation, and currently on top of Digit, Ministry of Housing Affairs, as part of the NUIS stack, the Upyog platform is being built out. Currently, Digit is an open source digital public good. It provides reusable building blocks to basically build, deliver, and govern citizen services. So the focus is to ensure citizens have ease of access, employees and vendors have ease of coordination, administrators get the right data so that they can actually operate and manage the performance of these services better. And at the same time, policymakers get the data so that they can continue to evolve and policies to meet the needs of the citizens. So currently, 14 plus reference applications are already built on top of Digit. 180 million citizens are already being touched through Digit, the services built on top of Digit. 3.5 million grievances have been resolved on Digit. 150 billion revenue has been generated. 200 plus tech resources are now trained on Digit. And basically, Digit has three layers. One, there's a shared data layer, which allows like users, vendors, employees, properties. So these are all exposed through well-defined microservices. Digit provides a bunch of services which allows users to log in, register, apply for citizen services, pay or bills, keep them informed, track of any of the applications that they have done, allows for seamless workflows across the various departments, be able to certify and verify, ability to download your receipts or certificates, ability to, if you are stuck, then basically raise a support request, grievance request, or give feedback, and administrators can potentially monitor and improve the services. And then there's an application layer where you can actually use these services to compose specific applications, whether it's citizens portal, whether it's employee workbench, whether it's a vendor mobile applications, whether it is performance dashboards, or any policy analysis, etc., that you'd want to do. So to ensure that Digit, this is a sustainable, Digit is able to deliver sustainable digital transformation at speed and scale. Digit has been built using certain base principles. It's open source and open standards to prevent any vendor locking for critical data and critical services. It's, but at the same time, you're able to extract data and actually integrate multiple systems with Digit. So it is highly interoperable. Ease of integration has been taken care of. The Digit has been unbundled into small reusable pieces, and taken care that the whole thing is minimal in functionality, because we have various capacities of the state who would want to use it. So that the whole idea is not to build something which is bulky and complex so that the state and urban local bodies are not able to handle this. So they build in a very simplistic fashion. It's a very scalable system. All the good principles about modern principles of to ensure that the system scales, reliability, security, ease of use has been taken care of in terms of ensuring that, because this gets deployed in large number of states, so ensuring it's easy to deploy, easy to develop on top of Digit, easy to ensure that the operation, it is easy to operate, keeping in the mind capacity of the states. At the same time, you want to ensure the citizen services reaches the last mile. So it's designed in a manner in which it enables, it's channel agnostic, so that, and multimodal. Basically, the support for multiple languages is built into Digit. So some of these things are very critical when you're delivering citizen services. Urban platform, basically the one on which the Upyog Center for Digital Governance at NIUS has launched Upyog platform. this comes bundled with several applications, starting from public grievance, property tax, trade license, online building permissions, financial management. Some of these applications have been built citizen dashboard so that they can go live with the platform. Each of the states can go live with the platform in a very quick and short time. At the same time, these are all open source, so they can keep building and evolving their applications as their needs evolve. The multiple deployment models that we provided, one where there's a central instance at the national level where the states can actually use the central instance, build their state-specific applications, and every urban local bodies. India has 4,400 urban local bodies, and as Kunal was stating earlier in the session, every urban local bodies, every city have their own needs, own context. So we can't take away the agency away from them to be able to configure their own workflows, their own reference data. So a lot of that has been taken care of. So each urban local body can configure their own data. States can build specific applications that they need, which meet the needs of their urban local bodies. And they can reuse the national instance if they don't have the capacity in the state to actually manage that infrastructure. If states with better capacity can take the entire open source code and deploy it in the state instance, and they can manage and they can do the same thing at the state level. And even if they are not built using the open source Digit is providing, they can integrate their custom applications onto the national dashboard. So the data is also available for policymakers to actually analyze the data in a continuous manner. So this is some of the screenshots I've put together. So to give you a feel of what kind of applications that are being rolled out. This is M-Seva, which is Digit installed in Punjab. So this is some of the screenshots that are available. Some screenshots are also from the national dashboard. And to ensure there's ease of use, even in low capacity states, platform is completely documented to from the functional guide, the implementation guide, architecture, installation, development, operations. All of these guides are available for people to actually leverage and use. So what we're trying to essentially do is not just the platform part of it, right? We've trained a large ecosystem of partners who can actually build on top of the platforms. These are large market players as well as small startups. And basically what we're looking for is how the digital platforms, the large market ecosystems, as well as enabling policies, all of them kind of can come together. As policies evolve, platform is flexible to adopt those policies and implement it at scale. Partners are available so that they can actually work on the platform, so that they can evolve the platform and provide the services to the citizen. So that's essentially what we are trying to orchestrate to catalyze urban transformation and eventually deliver ease of living for citizens. Thank you. Over to you, Abhishek.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Manish. Now I'll request Dr. Inder Gopal, CEO IUDX, for sharing his thoughts, please.
I'm going to share my screen and hope that this works. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, okay. Let me put it into full screen mode, hopefully, and you can still see it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. So my presentation is really on something called India Urban Data Exchange. I think Mr. Kunal Kumar had mentioned this in his talk earlier, and it is a project that is funded by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs through the Smart City Mission. It is based in Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, and it is essentially a platform for sharing data. And I'll talk to you a little bit about the challenges and the issues that we address. But the overall objective is, how do we use data to benefit citizens? And I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes or so just quickly going through some of our experiences, what we have learned, and what the IUDX platform allows. And of course, if we have opportunities for questions and so forth later, I'll be very pleased to engage in those. So our overall idea, of course, is generating value from data. And of course, all of you have seen this. You've heard all kinds of buzzwords, data is the new oil, blah, blah, blah. But the fundamental notion is that there's a lot of data that's being created in our cities, right? It is created by the 5G infrastructure, or the 4G infrastructure. It's created by various sensors, devices, cameras, repositories, all kinds of places. And some of it is streaming data. And that is actually the data that is more challenging. It is real-time IoT data, right? So decisions need to be taken in real time. This is not data that you can take, put in a database, archive, a warehouse, figure out how to do analytics. This is as it's coming, you have to deal with it. And then what you want to be able to do is use this data. This is all kinds of data, right? Sanitation data, transportation data, flood-related data, citizen safety data, all kinds of data. You want to be able to use this to create applications and services to help citizens. That's our overall objective in the smart city. Now, very specifically, let me see if I can share the next slide. Excuse me, just one second. Okay, there we go. I was talking, our project started about 3 years ago, right? Maybe 3.5 years ago. And at that time, I was talking, Kunal Kumar had just started his job as Smart City Commissioner, Smart City Mission Director. And at that time, we were talking, hey, look, what are the things you're seeing? So he gave me this example, right? And I'm not going to mention the name of the city, but there was a city where the municipal commissioner in the city had a police department, fire department, hospital system, all which were collecting a lot of different kinds of data, right? Traffic police had all kinds of fancy equipment installed, cameras, smart signals, etc. Similarly, the fire department had all kinds of detectors, panic buttons. Hospital system had very sophisticated, health management system. But what the municipal commissioner wanted was to do an integrated emergency response. So if there was some event, like some natural disaster, or for example, heaven forbid, maybe some terrorist attack, he wanted to be able to make all of these different agencies work together and understand what each other were doing as they responded to the emergency. And he found out it was not possible. He asked the IT department, his IT department, hey, can you do this? They said, no, this system is built by this vendor. This system is built by this vendor. This is built by this vendor. There's no way they can talk to each other. There was security issues, privacy issues. So basically he gave up. He said, no, this is not possible. I have all these beautiful, wonderful systems, but they are sitting in silos, separate silos. So that was the genesis of the smart city, right? The IUDX program, right? The work that we are doing. So we basically said, look, in order to use data effectively, right? In order to take data and use it effectively, the private sector has been very successful in doing this. What is unique about the public sector? And we said, these are the 6 things that are unique about the public sector, which make it very hard to use data. One is that the data is fragmented. Just as I told you, police department has something, fire department has something. They don't even know what each other has. Police department doesn't know what the fire department has. The other one doesn't know what the hospital system has. So there's these data silos. So fragmented supply and demand. Incompatible formats. Even if hey, police department has some data on crime statistics, there's no standards to represent that data. So you get the data, you don't know what it means. What does this random string of numbers mean, right? You have no idea. So there's incompatible formats. Security and privacy concerns, all kinds of privacy related issues with the data. There's lack of rules and regulations. There's no good government or national standards in terms of how you manage this data. And if you're thinking about getting private sector involved, there's no economic models, right? I mean, if you want the private sector engaged, creating value, there's got to be some economic benefit that they get. These economic models are not there yet. And of course, the data very often is of poor quality, and you need some significant amount of curation in order to use the data effectively, right? I mean, if you look at a lot of the data that's available say in many, for example, systems today, you'll see, the data is of, let's say, mixed quality. There's some very valuable data, but there's a lot of data that is completely unusable. It doesn't mean anything. So, for example, when we were looking at a city, I wouldn't mention the name of the city again, getting air quality data, we found out, and they had installed really high quality monitors to monitor the air quality. But we found out that 50% of those monitors were giving data which was complete garbage. And the reason is that nobody had actually gone and calibrated them properly, had maintained them properly, cleaned the sensors. And part of that reason was nobody was even looking at the data when it was coming. So they didn't even know the data was bad. So it was just going and sitting in some database, and 50% of it was just simple garbage. So a lot of these problems occur in the world of data. And so what we did, we in Indian Institute of Science, we teamed up with Smart City Mission to build this India Urban Data Exchange. So let me just briefly tell you what it does, right? So basically, India Urban Data Exchange is a middleware, software middleware. It's a cloud-based software platform. So it's sitting in any appropriately certified cloud provider. It can be hosted there. And what it does is it does two things, right? It connects to the data below, all kinds of different data, and it provides a set of APIs for application developers to create applications and access that data. And there are three functionalities that are delivered by IUDX. One is a catalog. So I told you, nobody even knows what data is there in the system. So what IUDX does is it catalogs the data. So the way to think about it is when you go to a library, you see this big, in the old days, you would see a big, cabinet full of these little cards, right? Where each card is representing a book, describing what the book is, who's the author, the number of the book, maybe some description, brief thumbnail sketch of the book. That is essentially what the catalog server does. It's like the library catalog. It has data, metadata. It has the metadata about the data set, and it also essentially comprehensively collects together, and it's programmatically searchable, right? So it is not just, you don't need to physically, a person doesn't need to go and browse through it. It can be browsed through by a program through a set of APIs. There's something called a consent server because a lot of the data is very valuable data. It's not just given for free. So you need to provide consent, which means you may have some privacy issues, you may have payment, you may require that the user of the data pays, you may have security policy issues. So there's something called a consent server, and that is a part of the data exchange platform. And then finally, and in many ways, the most important thing is it translates all the different types of data into a common representation. So you may have, for example, let's say data from streetlights, right? Smart streetlights. So you may have different, you may have Bajaj, you may have Philips streetlights. Each one is providing data on the streetlight, and what data can there be on a streetlight? How bright it is, whether it's working. But then you find that the data is represented in very different ways. Bajaj is talking about lumens. Philips is talking about some other measure of luminosity, and when you look at the data, it looks completely different, even though it's representing the same thing. So what Resource Server does is it transfers all the data into a common format using standardized data models. So if the data is about a certain entity or a certain attribute, it looks the same. It looks the same no matter where it's coming from. So an application vendor can build an application using the data, and that data then he doesn't need to know where that data is coming from. The provenance of the data is not necessary. So that's essentially what the platform is. It's a data exchange. This is a terminology that is increasingly common, and a lot of cities have started thinking about this. I would say we in India are probably furthest ahead in terms of deployment and development of such an entity. We've thought a lot more about it. We've taken advantage of these things. I mean, other cities in the world have started before, like Barcelona started a long time ago, but we have learned from that. And I would say what we have done is really state of the art. It's also completely open source. So anyone can get the code, use it, add to it, potentially if they have the right authorization and so forth. So that is kind of in a nutshell what IUDX is about. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. A lot of the ideas are really open source. That is a key aspect of what we are trying to do. It is collaboration. Collaboration is key. If you don't have collaboration, you cannot do this. And similarly, open source, I think for any kind of public infrastructure, open source is key. No matter how well-intentioned a proprietary single vendor system might be. I mean, you may have a great vendor that has built a system. If it's proprietary, eventually, you will find that the vendor's interests and the public interests diverge. So the only way to prevent this is to do things in open source and make the code freely available, do it as a collaborative project. And that is really how we have tried to do this, right? We have modeled it after a lot of existing global projects. I've listed them here. And our idea very much is to use the internet model, right? Which is rough consensus, working code, have a system out there, deploy it, use it, get feedback, and then improve it, as opposed to sitting there and thinking about what the perfect thing is before we actually go and build something. So in terms of what we have done in the government, with partnering with government, the program was formally launched. IUDX was formally launched by the Honorable Minister of Métis and Honorable Minister of MOA jointly together in November 2021. So we are a formally launched project. I'll talk about in a second. We are deployed in about 18 cities right now. So this is not a project that is sitting, in the lab. It is actually out there in the field. It is helping people. People are using this project right now. I'll give you some examples. It is also part of this India 2.0 stack, which is it's come out of Métis. We have gone through STQC certification, and there is a BIS standard for Bureau of Indian Standards, formal standard, which standardizes the APIs associated with an exchange, and IUDX is basically the implementation of those APIs. So we are both leading the standards as well as conforming with the standards. This gives you a little bit of a sense of the partnerships. As I said, it's a critical thing to be collaborative, open source. We have a lot of private sector players who are working with us. And I think that leads to the strength of the program and the ability for us to be able to deliver something unique. This gives you a little bit of some of the things that we are doing, right? And I have a few more examples. IUDX is not an analytics research platform, right? I mean, when people say, oh, you're doing data, the first thing they think of is, yeah, there's some data scientists that are taking the data and using it to do some interesting, correlation between, I don't know, pollution and traffic or something like that. I mean, these are not, yeah, maybe that is one of the things that we are trying to do, but that is not the primary focus of a data exchange. It is not an analytics research platform. It is a real-time solution platform, production solution platform, right? So the idea is to use the data to do actual production applications, not for research work, right? So these are some of the use cases that are actually already deployed. So for example, in the city of Surat, I'll talk a little bit more about this, so I wouldn't spend so much time, but we have taken actually data coming from multiple different systems in the buses, and we have come up with a very unique application which allows the citizens of Surat. It's called Surat City Link. You can actually, if you live in Surat, you can actually go download it and use it right now. It's called Surat City Link. What it does is it allows you to find not just the location, not just for, when is the bus coming to your bus stop, but it also tells you, are you going to get a seat on that bus or not? So we have a bus occupancy application, and that is actually something which is using AI/ML, because there is no measurement of bus occupancy that is taking place. We are inferring bus occupancy based upon ticket sales and past history, right? And it's pretty accurate. So when the bus comes, it says you're going to get a seat. Almost always there's a seat available. And it tells you pretty accurately, of course, when the bus is coming, because there's tracking information on the bus. All this is real-time data that's coming into IUDX system. And then the application is being written by a third-party vendor to be delivered to citizens. In the city of Pune, there is something called safe routes and places. In Pune, there's a lot of instrumentation on street lights. There are various cameras. There's various property records, things like that. So we are taking all that information, real-time information, and we are giving a citizen a safest route. If a citizen wants to walk from point A to point B, you can take the shortest route. Google will give you the shortest route, but we are giving you the safest route, which means the route that where all the streetlights are working, which is not going past any, let's say, empty warehouse or something like that, where you may not want to walk past, especially if you're a woman walking at night. So it gives you the safest route. That is something that we have done through, and again, data is coming from many different places. That's the value of a data exchange, not from a single source, many different sources. Another important thing we have done in Surat, actually in Bangalore also, we are doing this, is multimodal transport. So I mentioned a lot of data from buses in Surat. We have also got data from some last mile providers, right? So there's data from some bike hire vendors, that hire the bikes to use for last mile transport. So we combine that data and we give you end-to-end journey planning. So you can say, okay, if I want to go from A to B, my route will take multiple different segments. Some of it may be public sector transport. Some of it might be private transport. And we put it all together using data from different sources and give you an optimized end-to-end route. Solid waste pickup, I think this is actually an extremely important application, which we are hoping we can replicate in many different cities. In the city of Varanasi, which obviously is a very important city from a tourist point of view, from a destination point of view, it is also important to keep it clean. So a lot of investment has gone in to build, to getting garbage trucks, to building, putting in garbage receptacles for solid waste. And if you know Varanasi, a lot of little small gullies, so there are smaller garbage, garbage carts. So all these are instrumented, and we have a vendor that is working, not a vendor, but a partner that's working with us that has created an optimization program for garbage pickups. What route should the garbage trucks take? Where should they go first? Which places, based upon current situation. So if there's some festival taking place in some part of Varanasi, there may be a load of garbage there, maybe that's where you want to go first. So using all that information, real-time information, you can optimize what is the garbage route, not on a day by day or even an hour by hour basis. And that has been shown to improve the efficiency of the system by 30%. So you can effectively save 30% budget by doing this. And that, pays for not just the Varanasi system, but actually pretty much the entire system, the entire IUDX program. So this is a significant new application, and we are rolling this out across the city of Varanasi. I'm not going to talk a lot about some of these other things. For example, Vadodara, emergency ambulances are complying, and what we are doing is figuring out what as the ambulance comes towards a traffic light, we are in a position to sense the position of the ambulance and optimize the traffic light. If it's from a safety point of view, it's possible, we will turn the traffic light green, right? And so that's something that gives what we call green corridor for emergency vehicles, and a very important application which is emerging, which is flood warning, right? So cities like Chennai have a huge issue in terms of predicting flood patterns. So they have a lot of potential flooding areas, but not all the areas are flooded all the time, right? So depending upon the pattern of the storm, the pattern of water collection, the wind direction, you may have certain areas prone to flooding. And what we are now in a position to do is take that information, take information from flood sensors, from meteorological patterns, and put that into a hydrology model, which basically shows how water flows in a particular metropolitan area, and come up with very accurate flood warning for different particular neighborhoods, localities in Chennai. And so these are all things that have been done. This is just kind of a quick, I'm not going to spend time on this. And now what we are doing is we are starting to go beyond smart cities, right? So our thinking has been, we've got a very, very powerful technology, that has solved a lot of problems within the cities. We are taking it and we are using it in other areas. So for example, agriculture, right? We think that farmers can benefit a great deal. There's these smart farmer credit applications, right? Where farmers who, maybe do not have proper title to their land, they don't have enough, information to provide to a lending institution, a bank, to be able to get a loan, right? But the bank wants to give a loan, right? But they don't have enough information, right? So what we can do is take the information from the farmer, supplement it with data from a whole variety of other sources, right? From private sources and public sources about irrigation patterns, about crop yields, about history of crop prices, all that, put that all together, create a much more compelling loan application for a farmer. And the financial institutions are much more willing to provide credit in those situations where they have a good understanding, not just of the farmer, but of the area that the farmer is in, the village they're in, what the history has been. That gives them a lot more information to be able to give a credit. So that is an important application which the data exchange is enabling. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, a lot more time. The program is about 3 years old. We started in 2018, and it has proceeded, in a very strong partnership with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Initially as a research project, then subsequently as a production project, expanding the footprint, expanding the scope. We are now in 18 cities, and now we are poised to move out of the urban sector, expand beyond the urban sector, move into agriculture, logistics, railways, other kinds of sectors which we think can benefit from such technology. So let me stop there and thank you all. And if you have any further questions, please, this is my email address. Please feel free to send them, and we'd be more than happy to engage. And if you have also some interest in the technology or in the platform that we have built, we are very interested in having a discussion with you to see what the applicability might be. So please take a note of my email address and feel free to reach out and talk anytime. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Indragopal. It was a very insightful presentation. And just to conclude this particular session, let me just put up some closing remarks. As we all have seen, India has been a very reluctant urbanizer. And if India has to achieve a double-digit growth rate on a year-to-year basis, it's very important that we should use technology to leapfrog. And it is very heartening to see that the technology is being used for different applications, for different purposes, and as an overall for the purpose of doing city management, for the purpose of management of the fleets, management of logistics, waste management, etc., etc. And I'm sure with the programs like PM Gati Shakti, whereby the government of India has developed a national master plan to provide multimodal connectivity to various economic zones, mapped in more than 900 GIS layers to map every single infrastructure utility, with smart city mission, with unified logistics interface platform, with industrial corridor program, with Digit. I'm sure the technology stack is getting heavier day by day. And we as a country are now using technology to leapfrog and to come away with what we have not achieved in the past. The key is we have multiple platforms and there is a humongous amount of data which is getting generated. And with the 5G rollout, definitely this volume is going to increase. When we should collectively, as government as well as the private sector, should collectively, my suggestion and the takeaway from this is we should collectively attempt to avoid creation of the multiple platforms. First, we create multiple platforms and then we come out with an integration strategy. And for integration also, we start developing a new platform. So we collectively should decide and should work on a strategy whereby we should avoid making multiple platforms. And as Dr. Gopal rightly put in, that the amount of data which is getting generated will be of no use unless and until there is proper integration, there is optimum utilization of the data, there is proper analysis of the data and usage of data for taking informed decision making. So that's, to my mind, is going to be the key in the India's strategy for competing with the global world. And at the end, I would like to thank Dr. Kunal Kumar, Joint Secretary and the Mission Director, Smart City Mission, Mr. Manish Srivastav, CTO, EGOF, who has shared his thoughts on Digit, Dr. Inder Gopal, CEO of IUDX, who has given a very fantastic presentation and have told us about the live use cases where the system is being used. And last but not the least, I would like to thank METI, NEGT. Special thanks to Mr. Abhishek Singh, the CEO of NEGT, for organizing and for inviting all of us to this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your concluding remarks. With this, we come to an end of the first session for the day. I would like to extend my gratitude to our esteemed speakers for grounding our understanding on urban stack and how its schemes are readily and is rampant on the path of achieving the goal of digitally empowered society. Last but not the least, I thank all the participants for attending the session. You will find the recorded version of the same on our social media handles and channels. At the end, I would extend a special thanks to Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary for graciously moderating the session and also for delivering your thoughts on ULIP, which fetched us insights on the strategies and layers of its functioning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Chitranjan.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hello, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Sir, can we do the virtual background?
Yes.
Sir, sir, have you saved the image file?
You have sent the image file?
Yes, sir. I have sent it through WhatsApp.
WhatsApp you have sent, okay.
Oh, save for it.
Yeah, you have sent through WhatsApp. I have to take it to the system, okay. Tell me, I have downloaded now. Hello.
So, sir, at the bottom, you can see there is a start video button, sir.
Start
video.
Yeah, correct.
There is a, sir, upper arrow mark.
Correct.
You
Yeah,
can click there.
Yeah.
Choose virtual background. After that, sir, you can find that on the right hand side there is a plus mark. Under background and effects.
Plus add page to collections, correct?
Yeah, add image or video.
Add page to collection is coming.
So sir,
there you
on
the right click on the upper mark, no?
Right click on the plus mark, sir. Plus mark.
Okay. Plus mark. Start new collection. It is coming.
So are you able to select your image, sir?
1 minute. I will. No, it is not coming there. Start video upper mark I have selected. There it is saying same as a system mirror.
Sir, we don't have to select the video, sir. We have to select the background and effect.
No. Start. No, stop. Start video is stop video is there now.
Yeah, there is a small angle button, sir.
Correct. Upper button. Correct. Right.
So
Right click on that.
No,
right
left
click.
click. Left click.
Left click means it is showing HP True Vision HD same as a system mirror by video. 3 things are coming.
Okay. Sir, do you have any option to choose virtual background when you click that? You try both right and left.
No, right. I'm clicking right. It is giving a print and other thing. Add page to collection. Some other details are coming there. Create QR code or some other things are coming.
Sir, in your WhatsApp, I will show the image, what it comes, how it comes. I'll show the print screen of my.
Digital India team, I hope we are not live, right?
Sorry?
No, it is for
Not
digital.
live, sir.
Okay. Okay. So, sir, you can share the screen maybe. Sir, I'm sharing the screen through which you will be able to see, sir.
Okay.
So, sir, are you able to see the screen?
Yeah, I'm able to see the screen.
Okay, sir. So, sir, you can see that at the start video, I am choosing the virtual background. At the top, there is a start video. There is a mute button. There is a start video button. There is an arrow. I'm choosing the virtual background. And then it is showing me this on the left hand side background and effects, on the right hand side virtual background, and then there is a plus mark. So if I click this plus mark, then it is asking me to add image. Once I click on the add image, it is taking me to the place where the image is placed, and thereafter I can select the image and virtual background will become active.
No, but I'll share my screen in WhatsApp. You see that?
Okay, sir.
And
okay, sir.
Have you got the screen? Have you got the screen? My WhatsApp?
So, sir, it is a version issue in the Zoom, sir. So maybe a little old version of Zoom is there, but it is not a problem, sir. Your picture is coming correctly, and we discussed with the team that the virtual background is blue in color, and since we are saying that your shirt is also blue in color, so color contrast may not come. So this way it is better, sir.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'll just share the PPT and see how it is coming. Is there any issue in the PPT sharing, or you can share later?
Yes, sure, sir. So we are having a copy of this, but we are flexible. You can share it at your end, and if you instruct us, then we can share from here.
Yeah, let me try my side. Let me see. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
It is visible, no? PPT
Yes.
is visible. Hello? PPT is visible, no?
Okay, so you...
PPT is visible, no?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Okay. My audio is also clear, right?
Yes, sir, it is perfectly fine.
Okay.
चित्रंजन
Good afternoon, Pankaj ji.
Good afternoon, Bhatt. How are you?
Fine, fine.
This is Vishakha, right?
Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello. We are not live yet, right?
Recording. So we'll go live.
There's an echo.
We'll be going live in another 2.5.
Yeah, I just wanted I just wanted to welcome Koshi sir also, and Bhatt is also of course there, and I think so. Basically, I'll be making a presentation. Bhatt will be making a presentation, and Koshi sir also, right?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Koshi sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So I just wanted to take a couple of minutes because I'm going to moderate it after Vishakha has given the introductions. I think between after the presentations have been made by each of you, I'll just put a couple of questions to each, and just to keep that in the focus, and we'll do that in sequence. So if my presentation is first, then I will hand over to the next, and once that presentation is done, maybe a couple of questions, then to the third person, a couple of questions, and then we can throw it to the audience, and Q&A we can take it. So Vishakha, you'll be moderating the Q&A. How will you throw up the questions for us?
So we get questions on the chat box and through the platform. So whichever way you will be able to access the questions. If you want to take up the questions yourself, that is perfectly fine, sir. Otherwise, I can relay the questions to you. That would also work.
So right now, can you tell me where I can look at the questions?
Sir, you should be able to see an option for chat. In that chat box, the questions will appear.
Okay, fine. So if I can see them, I will start taking the relevant questions to the theme and then put them up to the speakers. And then depending on the time available, then we'll carry it from there, right?
We're going live in another 30 seconds, I hope.
Yeah, it's 1:29 now. So Vishakha, over to you, and then you can tell us. So I'll be the first presenter.
Sure.
Yeah, and I have my presentation, so I'll be showing it and not you, huh?
All right.
Okay, thank you. All the best to all the speakers.
We can go live now.
Good afternoon to all present. On behalf of the organizing team of Digital India Week at Ministry of Electronics and IT, I, Vishakha Singh, welcome our distinguished panel and the participants who joined us from across the globe for India Stack Knowledge Exchange. The panel today will be discussing technology stack for e-commerce. I would like to introduce the eminent members of the panel. We have with us today Colonel Pankaj Dixit. He's Senior Vice President IT GST Network. He has rich and varied experience in IT. He successfully designed tech solutions and inducted cutting-edge technology in the Army for over 2 decades. At GSTN, he owns IT strategic initiatives like E-Invoice rollout, ecosystem development, e-way bill system, RFID integration, etc. Today, he will be speaking on Goods and Services Tax Network. We also have with us Mr. Rajesh Jain, Additional CEO and Chief Marketplace Officer, Government E-Marketplace, that is GEM. In his present role, he handles policy, terms and conditions, process flows, procurement features, etc. at GEM. Mr. Jain was associated with the conceptualization of GEM from day one. And today he'll be sharing with us the insights on GEM. We also have on our panel today, Mr. T. Koshi, CEO, Open Network for Digital Commerce. An alumnus of IIM Bangalore, Mr. Koshi has a unique distinction of playing key roles in multiple transformation projects involving digital solutions to population scale problems. ONDC is a company established recently with an objective to strengthen and transform the e-commerce sector in India with a broad-based participation from buyers and sellers across the country. Sir will be speaking on ONDC today and acquainting us with what it is all about. We also have with us today Mr. P.V. Bhatt, Deputy Director General and State Informatics Officer, National Informatics Center, Bangalore. He has been with NIC for over 32 years, and he has designed and developed projects like Bhumi, Land Records Management System, Ahar, Ration Card System, Panchtantra, Gram Panchayat Accounting System, etc. He was awarded with the prestigious Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration for his contributions. Sir will be speaking on e-way bill system today. With this, I would like to hand over the session to Colonel Pankaj. Kindly drive the session, sir.
Thank you, Vishakha. A very good afternoon to all the participants and to fellow panelists. I welcome Sri Rajesh Jain, Sri Bhatt, and Sri T. Koshi as fellow panelists. And I think this conversation being about e-commerce, right? We've had e-commerce in our midst for the last almost a decade, and we had it taking off after the foreign players came with their products and with their platforms. And obviously, everybody comes with an objective that is, convenient to them. But India being a very, very unique and diverse market, as we all know. So there was some success, some failures, there were some hiccups, and of course, some hits and misses. And now we have ONDC that is actually trying to take this commerce to the last, the hinterland and the last smallest businesses, which probably wouldn't have been done until everything is customized as per Indian conditions. We have seen this customization to Indian conditions happening in all products that come, especially from abroad, whether it's from the East or from the West. The products that are made in their geographies and their countries are basically for their peculiar requirements. Replicating it in India has been a challenge, whether it be cars, whether it be durables, consumer durables, or now the latest IT systems, and specifically e-commerce platforms. So to discuss these, we have a distinguished set of panelists. And I think to kick off the e-commerce, I think the first platform that went live was the government e-marketplace. And what better than to hear Sri Rajesh Jain tell us, something else, educate us about the government e-marketplace. And it'll be great to hear from him as to how he went through the challenges and how the system is doing now. So I'll request Sri Rajesh Jain to kindly enlighten us in the next 15 odd minutes on the government e-marketplace. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll be sharing a small presentation. Maybe everything in that presentation may not be relevant for today's discussion, but it's a common kind of presentation that we are using for such forums.
Sure.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Thanks. I'm just trying to put it on the screen kind of slideshow. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Thank you. So as rightly said, government e-marketplace was probably the first intervention from government side as far as e-commerce is concerned in the country. It all started with a presentation by two committee of secretaries to the Honorable Prime Minister, wherein it was highlighted that the public procurement system in India is saddled with so many inefficiencies and non-transparent features that were leading to corruption and all those things which are particularly typically symptomatic of public procurement in India. So the direction that came from Prime Minister was, instead of working on any incremental improvements in the existing systems, let us think of having something which is completely transformational in terms of changing the entire public procurement landscape. A very small POC kind of thing we were supposed to do. I was in DGSND at that time, and our DG, then Secretary Binoy Kumar sir, was told to create a POC of sorts, which is something similar to any marketplace like Amazon or Flipkart, where government buyers can come and buy in a more transparent and more user-friendly kind of way. We, with the help from NEGD, tried something, and we came up with a POC with just about 4 or 5 products, like a desktop or something like that, and a service which was, I remember, taxi service or a hiring of a vehicle service on GEM. And the POC itself was so liked by the government and all the officials who saw the POC itself that in just about 3-4 months, we were directed to create a portal which could work as an e-commerce platform for government buyers. And on 16th of August 2016, the portal was launched as the official portal for Government of India buyers to buy goods and services directly from the marketplace, rather than following the e-tender process of the public procurement system, which was till then was in existence. So this is how we started with. As on date, I think everybody knows now we are one of the largest e-commerce places in terms of volume of business. We are today standing at a cumulative GMV of more than 2.4, 2.3, 2.4 lakh crores over 5 years, out of which 1.06 lakh crore has come in last financial year. I'm happy to share that current financial year is even better, and in the first quarter itself, we have clocked around 38,000 crore, which was the total GMV of GEM in a year before. The total procurement system on GEM, while we consider it as an e-commerce, is typically slightly different from a common e-commerce kind of system, because e-commerce, as we normally perceive, is a procurement by a buyer for himself from a market which is populated based on sellers' offerings in the marketplace. While the concept of e-marketplace is still preserved in GEM in the form of sellers having a right to offer their products on the marketplace as per their choice, getting a lot of flexibility in terms of the prices that they offer, in terms of the kind of models and everything that they are able to offer on the platform. But typical to the government buying, since the buyers on GEM are only government buyers and no private buyers are allowed here, so the process has to be driven by rules, and the rules that are governing the public procurement landscape in the country. So what we have is a buyer side process, a seller side process. As a platform, we are connecting buyer and seller, and at the same time providing certain validations in the process, wherein seller credentials are validated, wherein buyers' procurement processes are validated, and the rules which are governing the public procurement system are inbuilt into the system, so that the buyers cannot make a procurement which are not compliant with the public procurement rules in the country. Typically, this is kind of system that is available in any e-commerce platform. Only major change is, while having e-commerce as a component of it, we also have bidding processes, reverse auction processes, and a forward auction process. All this built into a system which is having its foundation in the marketplace segment. segment. So while we derive our catalogs and categories from the marketplace, the procurement process gets divided into different forms of or different methods of procurement depending on the value of procurement, the item which is being procured, and what are the government rules relating to that particular item. To help our buyers and sellers do this transaction in an efficient manner, we have created a system wherein there are hardly any physical interventions involved at any level, be it at buyer side, be it at a seller side. And to achieve this, what we have done is we have integrated with a large number of platforms like GSTN, the MCA 21, the income tax database, the Aadhaar database, the Udyam database. So we are using our APIs with all these platforms to validate the informations which are provided to us. And instead of depending on any physical verification or physical engagement of any entity with other entity, we are using all these interfaces to validate these informations. So that's basically the ecosystem that we are using as of now. As is typical to a government organization or a government kind of procurement, the key stakeholders, as in any e-commerce, there is a buyer, there is a seller, but the division over here is buyers are divided in different categories like central government buyers, state government buyers, the PSUs, state PSUs or autonomous bodies. We have to divide it simply because they are all governed by different set of rules in terms of their procurement methodologies and what is allowed in their organization, their kind of setup. Similarly, even on the seller side, which is not normally there in any e-commerce place, we have to give certain privileges to certain categories of sellers. And for that, we have to divide sellers into different categories. Like we treat OEMs differently, we treat MSCs differently, then we have to give certain privileges to startups. Then of course, we have a big segment of service providers also. As an e-commerce platform, we are serving both procurement of goods and procurement of services as of now. So there is a hell lot of service categories available, and there are a large number of service providers who are registered on GEM and offering their services to GEM, through GEM to the government buyers. And of course, then there are other partners in the ecosystem like GEM itself is a stakeholder in terms of providing the platform, in terms of regulating the business flow, the workflows on the system. And there are other external government systems like Udyog Aadhaar, the GSTN, the PFMS, the MCA, or the income tax database and everything. Then we also have inspection systems because a solid audit trail of all the transaction is to be maintained by the system for future audit by CAG, by CVC, or other entities which are involved in this process. So we have an entire different workflow for them also. And of course, then there are service providers or the partners who are a part of this journey. They are completing the transaction between buyer and the seller, like the banks who are engaged as a partner in making the payments. Then there are rating agencies and some other agencies which are partner, which are helping buyer and seller complete their transaction online. This is briefly how we are spread across. We have got, of course, mandate from the central government that the procurement of central government departments is mandated to be made through GEM only for all the categories for which products and services are available on GEM. Besides that, we have already entered into MOUs with almost all states, except for Sikkim. All states have already signed MOUs with GEM, and they are also procuring through GEM. Some of them are doing very good. Some of them are just picking up and starting to make more procurement through GEM. These are slightly dated statistics because March end is when this was prepared. So almost 60,000 buyer organizations are there. More than 45 lakh sellers and service providers are registered on GEM. More than 55 lakh products are there available on GEM. And now the number of contracts that have been generated through a portal have already crossed 1 crore. So we have already facilitated 1 crore transactions on GEM as of last month. The basic advantages that we are offering to the buyers as of now are like, it's an end-to-end system. And when I say end-to-end, normally the procurement is considered to be a tendering system and discovery of price and placement of contract. On GEM, we are providing a facility where buyer can not only select the product from the marketplace. So we are creating the categories, sellers are offering the product, and that vibrant ecosystem of available products is visible to the buyers to make a choice in terms of what he actually wants to procure. So from the stage of his identification of the product for a particular requirement to price discovery to placement of contract, and then invoicing by the seller, generation of bills by the buyer on the portal, and then pushing it to the payment system. On payment system side also, we are integrated with CGDA payment system, the PFMS payment system, and of course the GPA accounts, which we are enabling with 18 or 19 different banks. So all these payment mechanisms are available online. So what we are creating is an ecosystem where from the stage of discovery of product till the stage of final payment to the seller, everything is covered online. And we are creating an audit trail of the entire transaction process. So anybody can see it's all available in public domain. And the best part is the availability in public domain in itself brings in so much of transparency that all possibilities of corruption are in fact reduced to a great extent because of the transparency itself. So these are the basic advantages for the buyer. He is not supposed to or required to be worried about somebody objecting to his transaction at a later date, because all rules and regulations have been taken care of by the portal itself. For the sellers, it's a big win, because earlier in the normal tendering processes, they were required to look out for tenders from different organizations, search so many different websites, search so many different literatures to identify what is the requirement, where a buyer is buying what product. Every information is now available to him on his dashboard. All the sellers who are registered on GEM, they are notified about every single tender that is created by any buyer in the country through email and through SMS notifications if he opts for that. So every seller gets to know about every requirement of any government buyer across the country, and he has got a visibility of his product amongst all those buyers. So he can participate in any bidding process. Besides the bid process, there are convenient processes of directly buying from the market. So all these processes have made the cost of marketing for the sellers to public buyers has become significantly lower now. On the buyer side, Mr. Dixit, I would request you to just give me a signal before 1 minute when I'm crossing the time limit of 15 minutes, because the presentation is quite long. So it might happen that I'm across the 15 minutes limit. You just stop me there. So on the buyer side, we have got different user roles: primary buyer, the buyers, the consignees, the paying authorities. Everything is online on the system, and all the registration processes are online. There's no need for any of the buyers to come to any organization for getting himself registered. They can do it online. And there is a clear segregation of duties among different stakeholders. These are different procurement methods which we have enabled on GEM. Up to 25,000, a buyer can buy a product directly from the market without any bidding process or without any price discovery or without depending on a L1 or L2 kind of thing. We are completely open to his own judgment of reasonableness of the price. Then there is a procurement process which is called L1 purchase, wherein amongst the offers available in the marketplace, the buyer can directly select the lowest price product and place an order. And we are enabling this up to rupees 5 lakhs. So for any procurement up to rupees 5 lakhs, a buyer is now not required to go through any bidding or tendering process. He can come on portal and just select the product and place an order. So the time that is required in making that procurement has significantly reduced. It's an instant kind of procurement wherein the system itself identifies the L1 product and the buyer is able to place the order. Beyond 5 lakhs, of course, we have to, as per GFR, we have to move on to bidding process or a reverse auction process. And we have enabled both bidding as well as reverse auction as an option to the buyer. So both these processes are available for the buyer to use. And then, of course, there are PAC buying and all these which are, as per GFR, allowed. We are also enabling all those procurement methods. On the seller side also, we have created a dashboard and a registration functionality wherein primary users can be different and then secondary users can have different roles, so that the functioning of an organization is not hindered by the process flow of GEM. Every user within the organization can have different roles and they can use their roles accordingly. The fundamental founding block for GEM procurement, as is there in any e-commerce platform, is again category driven and catalog driven procurement. So entire procurement process starts with the category definitions being created by GEM. So within GEM, we have got teams who are expert in different product domains. Just for your information, we have got around 10,000 different categories of products available on GEM and more than 250 different categories of services available on GEM. So these 10,000 different categories are again divided in different quadrants on GEM based on the kind of buying behavior that we enable and the kind of selling behavior that we enable. There are quadrants which define the rights and obligations of different sellers and the seller types on the portal. Like quadrant 1 allows participation only from the OEMs. Only the manufacturers can come, offer their product and sell their product. These are products like, say, servers or maybe automobiles, the cars and all these things, where we don't want resellers to be engaged as a part of procurement process because the value is too much and the technicalities involved are too much. Then there are quadrant 2, like wherein we allow OEMs to create the catalog but seller to pair with that catalog and sell their product. So depending on different rights and obligations which are created on the portal, we have different quadrant policies for different products, different product categories. And this category driven procurement is what gives us the basic data that enables us to, in fact, analyze the data, to identify the anomalies in the procurement process, and to give the buyers a useful insight into the procurement process and their decision support system. Since we are using a catalog as the base for any price discovery and anything, we are able to give price reasonability tools to the buyers. Every procurement that buyer is doing on GEM, he is getting entire information about past transaction history of that particular item, about the price trends in that category for last 6 months or a year or so. And in fact, the buyers and sellers can see all the procurements that have happened through the portal in the form of different analytic tools and also in the form of complete visibility of the entire contract document on the public portal itself. As in any e-commerce place, we are also having rating systems, but it is slightly refined in the sense that because we are dealing with a public procurement platform, we don't actually use just the feedback, but use the data to derive the ratings for the buyers as well as seller. So on buyer side, timely bid closure, timely order placement, timely acceptance of the goods and timely payments are actually captured through the system, and these are used to give a rating to the buyer. Similarly, when seller is doing all the activities, entire timeline and delivery timeline, quality time and reliability of the seller, and all these things are factored into, and then a rating of the seller is derived. Again, buyers are also red flagged. If there is a possibility of a buyer delaying the payment, we are red flagging those buyers so that sellers are aware and they choose not to participate in their bids. So as we control or as we flag sellers in terms of their behavior, we also flag the buyers, although they are government buyers, but we are red flagging them also.
So Rajesh, a couple of more minutes.
Yeah, I'll just like to close with this entire workflow that we have created for incident management. So entire process of raising of incident or identifying any deviant behavior from buyer or seller side, entire workflow has been online. And the best part is that the users who are working on this incident management platform, they are never exposed to the identity of the person who is raising the incident and against whom the incident is being raised. So the entire process is so transparent that nobody can claim that any favoritism has been done. All these basically are designed to keeping in mind that this is a public procurement platform and we have to be sensitive towards transparency. So I'll just conclude with a remark that entire platform design is based on 3 fundamental principles: transparency, inclusivity, and ease of doing business. So these are 3 founding principles. Anything that comes to us, we we evaluate it on the basis of these fundamental principles and then identify whether that is suitable for GEM or not. So that's it from my side as of now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajesh, for your very enlightening presentation. And how heartening it is, to see that we have our own procurement portal, and that too, the first initiative of a e-commerce platform was taken up by the government itself. So we have a transparent platform. We have such a huge GMV that you've achieved, and you've grown literally by leaps and bounds. And like you mentioned, it's a rule-based procedure and process for procurement, and a place for both the sellers and buyers to meet. That's a great presentation made by you, and it's so great that we have this in the government procurement, which was otherwise a very, very complex and complicated thing. I knowing because I've been part of the defense procurements in the past 20, 30 years, and what a long process it used to be. Just a couple of quick questions. So you've, of course, you see transparency, the bedrock for any procurement process. I was wondering, in case, you have a sort of a transparency index, would you be maintaining to, to let people see, this is where we were maybe 5 years back, and this is where we are now. That'd be such a great help in, probably understanding how this platform.
I think that's a great idea. But as of now, we don't have any transparency index. But what we have recently done is we have engaged with Niti Aayog. In fact, Department of Expenditure has given a mandate to Niti Aayog, the DMEO that is there in Niti Aayog. They have created a framework for entire monitoring of GEM, and they have created an index and a report which is based on 60, 70 different parameters. So now onwards, from last quarter onwards, we have started evaluating the progress of GEM on 60 different parameters, and we are using those 60 parameters to be a kind of a guiding factor for GEM in terms of bringing in not only transparency but efficiency and all those things in the entire procurement process. Yes, transparency index is something we can think of in coming future to identify whether we are improving on transparency or how we have improved transparency in the public procurement. Definitely, it's a good suggestion.
That'll be great. And the second thing which I was thinking about was, your procurement process, of course, begins and ends between the buyer and seller reaching an agreement on price and sharing their contracts and POs. And does maintenance and support after the contract has been agreed to, is this also monitored by GEM, or that's between the two of them?
No, it's monitored through incident management system. Even the warranty related complaints can be logged in as incident in the portal, and we also have a provision for bundling AMC and CMC and all those things with the product. So we can now have a procurement process wherein typically you can think of a life cycle cost being factored into in the procurement process itself.
Oh, that's great. So it's post-contract also that you provide that service. And last question that I have is, do you maintain a track of how many deals have fallen through, that between the buyer and seller they've not been able to agree, and probably because of whatever reasons? But
it's a completely online process. We check every contract at different stages. So if there is a failure on the part of the seller in completing the delivery of the goods or service within time frame, that is monitored by the system. And in fact, as a part of incident management, we also have an automatic system of triggering incidents against the sellers if the deliveries have not been made on time. So the entire workflow is there available for that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much again for a very enlightening presentation. Now I'll take the opportunity to slightly change track, and I will be making my presentation on the GST system and what we've been able to achieve as part of the India Stack strategy and philosophy. Vishakha, can I share my presentation now?
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Would you like us to share the presentation?
No, I have the presentation. So I'm just, it's saying that the current presenter will have to stop. Yeah, okay. I hope it's visible now.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, great. So, see, as part of the India stack, I think the first India stack that we can typically call was obviously Aadhaar, as we all know it. I think there is no doubt in that, because it came as a completely indigenous development from the philosophy, the stack, and such an expeditious delivery that we've now reached almost the entire population. And I dare say, the second India stack development was, because the architects were same, was the GST system. So this, how the genesis of GST happened was, there was a technology advisory group called the TAGUP, Technology Advisory Group of Unique Projects. They identified about 5 key systems in India which needed to be very critical and be developed through a special purpose vehicle, each of them. Now, what TAGUP called them was National Information Utilities. How it happened, ultimately what transpired was that GSTN was the first NIU which was set up for the specific project of delivering GST. And it was led by Nandan Nilekani and his key people, and they deliberated over 2.5 years. And then they made a blueprint of GSTN. So it came up as a special purpose vehicle in March 2013 with an authorized capital of 10 crore only. And initially it was set up as a non-government, not-for-profit private limited company, though we've recently changed over to a 100% government owned, where 50% is owned by the central government and 50% is owned by the state government. The strategy that was adopted for implementing GST, because that was the core function of the SPV, was, if you look at this slide, it's divided into 2 parts, the left part and the right. The left part is all the services which were to be made available to taxpayers. So anybody who came to the GST portal for whatever compliance purposes he needed to fulfill was the taxpayer view, and the other was the tax administrators. So you see, this was an integrated platform, first of its kind in the country, where a federal initiative was implemented through an IT system. It integrated both the state tax officers, central tax officers, and taxpayers of all kinds, where everybody could meet and perform their respective functions. What we ended up achieving was, we integrated 36 state portals. We minimized hundreds of forms. We brought them onto one platform with only online forms and uniform processes, and transformed it into one nation, one tax, and one portal. So there was no double taxation, seamless flow, and elimination of all the movement-related hassles that used to happen earlier. Now, how we achieved was, we went for a tender in the year 2015. These were the core 4 principles that we implemented: scalability, availability, accessibility, security, as well as reliability. It was a public tender, and we had all the big 5 companies of the country who bid for it. And ultimately, we selected our IT partner as Infosys. And the core idea how the portal was to be implemented was to be very, very secure and API based. So if you look at this particular diagram here, it shows the API layer being in the center and all the services being made to the internal systems as well as to the outside system through the API. This was contrary to the conventional server client architecture, where clients could actually access servers. What we went for was a very safe system where APIs were only used to be to provide the services. It's clearer here. If you look at this, the core GST engine resides under a cover of an API gateway, and all the services, microservices, were serviced by APIs. On the left-hand side, if you see, these are all the taxpayers. They could either log on to the portal or come through offline utilities and access the respective APIs. Alternately, we also developed a GSP ecosystem, if you look at the top, where these were the service providers who would reach out to taxpayers and provide similar services. But the advantage being that the GSPs were provided direct access to the APIs of the GST system through dedicated network lines. This is a typical stack of GST, and this is where the architects of Aadhaar, who were basically the architects of GST system also, put their heads together. And if you look at it from top to bottom, it shows the user-facing end, and the bottom shows the core of the system. The front web-facing UIs for the taxpayers were based on the web servers, where microservices were to service their requests. If you look at the second layer, it's that API gateway that I was talking about earlier, served by a core API engine, and where the microservices were supposed to be running. These microservices, after receiving the data and the requests, used to interact with the bottom layer. If you see, there's an HBase, the HDFS, and the core MySQL servers. In between, you'll find the basic services like messaging, buses, rule engines, and batch processes, which used to interact between the microservices and the persistence layer. Another important aspect of the India stack was we did not go for any OEM that was going to be able to be captive in our system. All the hardware and licenses were replaceable. They were commodity in order for us to scale up horizontally as well as vertically. In case we need to add capacity, we simply need to add boxes and increase the capacity. In case we need to add licenses, they can simply be bought. In case any particular OEM gives a problem, he's completely replaceable. The whole aim was not to get a lock-in from anybody and not to become bound to any particular licensing regime. And that was what has stood us in a good stead for the last 6-7 years that we've been working. And that is the core philosophy behind the India stack also for all the other initiatives that have come up, where the stack is, the IP remains with the creators in India, whereas the hardware can be commodity and bought from anywhere and put up in the stack. We have a 4DC system where we ensure that our data is saved and there's zero data loss. There's a single source of truth, and we store all data for a period of 7 years as per the government audit norms. The replication happens between the DC on a real-time basis. At any point of time, we can replicate from one DC to the other without any loss of data and without any loss of services. The time for switching over from one to the other, we have kept it as 30 minutes, but with zero data differentiation between the two. The Gsp ecosystem, which I was talking about earlier, was very key to our core philosophy, and it helped us in ensuring that the last of the taxpayers are able to get access to the GST system. We did not want any taxpayer to be feeling either hindered or handicapped in the sense that I do not have laptops, I do not have applications, I do not have the licenses, etc. So these GSPs were built. We had 70 of them in the first batch that we empaneled, and they had hundreds of ASPs through which they reached out to lakhs and lakhs of taxpayers to ensure that the compliance to the new law could be ensured. And today, some of the GSPs have fallen back, but we keep engaging with more and more. Recently, we've completed a 4th batch of empanelment of GSPs, and we'll have about 65 odd GSPs in the coming days. We currently have 55. They'll go up to about 65 in the coming days. One of the phases of GST system was to ensure that this humongous data that we collect from taxpayers in the form of invoices and in the form of the transactions that are done and the sessions which are there, and the networks or the relationships between the buyer, seller, and their third parties, fourth parties, we should be able to capture that and carry out very, very rich analytics. We have been able to do that. And today, our core philosophy is to ensure compliance by nudging the good businesses to be more compliant, and also detect fraud and evasion that's happening, and also nudge those who are involving in that to be compliant. So this two-pronged approach has, visibly led us to improved revenue collections, as you all must be knowing, and also has reduced the frauds and evasions that happen. The details of these, of course, are for the BIFA team that we call them, Business Intelligence and Fraud Analytics team, which works inside GSTN. And there are core developers and data scientists who crunch the data, find the relationships, detect the places where possible evasion is taking place, and it forwards these leads to the central and the state tax authorities for further acting upon them. As part of the digitization of our entire system, because the complete business for GST compliance is now digitized, we have also integrated our system with the maps. So a tax officer is able to see in his application where a particular business exists. We have also been able to color these collections or these densities of taxpayers into various shades and revenue-based colors also, and schemes also, where we can know which part of the country or a state jurisdiction or a division or a district or a circle or a ward is more revenue rich and which is revenue deficient. And also it helps us to mark places where possible frauds or evasions are taking place, because they might all be working in tandem or from similar addresses. So this is the kind of a view that a tax officer is able to see. And in going forward, you'll be able to see them in the various colors depending on the density of taxpayers. I will not talk about the E-Invoice Initiative, which is a recent initiative that we have launched. And it brings a great revolution in the way businesses will be done in the future. Invoice is now beyond a certain threshold of a business is possible to be reported into the system and registered. And this provides a single authenticated document of a business having taken place between a seller and a buyer. It opens up huge amount of possibilities in how this particular registered and authenticated instrument can be used by so many agencies like banks, by lenders, by NBFCs, MFIs, and for discounting, factoring, etc. So a reported and registered document to the government, it is digitally signed and verified as a business transaction. It is also enabled. So here is where the connect with the e-commerce platform comes, and the e-commerce companies today are already registering these invoices on behalf of their sellers. And this has already been enabled in the system. It has a single document that connects the various ecosystem stakeholders and also provides multiple varieties of financial institutions to bring out new innovations and grow this ecosystem in different ways as per them. This chart basically shows the growth of the e-invoice, invoices which are registered, the businesses which are getting more and more involved in e-invoicing and registering their invoices. And on an average, we have approximately 10 crore invoices per month which are registered by them. Another great initiative is the e-way bill system, but I'm sure Bhattji will talk more about that. Suffice to say that this was a system which enabled seamless movement of goods across the country, and it removed the state barriers where trucks and goods vehicles used to keep waiting for days or weeks together to get through the states. In conclusion, I would just like to highlight a few figures. We started with about 6.4 million taxpayers, and now we are about 13.6 million taxpayers. We started with 17 taxes. We merged them into one single tax, one nation, one tax. There were almost 500 forms, we reduced to just about 13 forms. We had 36 tax administration jurisdictions, which is now available on a single IT platform. A few key statistics which can be seen here, and basically they talk about the success that GST system for the country has achieved. We have more than 1.38 taxpayers. Total returns filed are virtually almost, I would say 90 crores. So that would be about 1 billion. E-way bills, these are the transaction documents. Invoice uploads are more than 1,500 crores. Payments through the portal are virtually amounting to about 500 billion till date. Total number of payment transactions and the highest returns in a day and the highest payment transactions in a day. And these statistics we have as of 30th June 2022. And I say, I would just conclude by saying that these are the statistics which prove that the India stack has been a great success because it's customized for the country. It's customized for our systems, for our particular processes and procedures, and also for our philosophies and thoughts. This is just a list of a few partners of GSTN and certain challenges which we felt during our journey. We feel that it was more like building a ship while it was sailing. Of course, we have overcome all of them and we are in a place where we are today. And this is proven that we began with about 66 or 70 tickets, which used to be filed with us as errors per 10,000 returns. We are now down to less than 2. So the success is sweet, and we feel that we have done what we have set out to achieve. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I would be able to take them now, or in case you would like at the end of the sessions.
Actually, just one small question. E-invoice and e-commerce. I mean, how are we supposed to, like, if GEM as a portal want to help its sellers in generating e-invoice, is there any mechanism through which we can assist the sellers in generating e-invoice?
So what happens is, if you are an e-commerce platform, we already have Amazon and Flipkart. These are the two biggest e-commerce players. They are logged into the e-invoice system and they register e-invoices on behalf of their sellers. So our e-invoice schema is a particular template of more than 160 parameters, where we have that option of an e-commerce platform throwing up an invoice of his seller, having it registered, taking it back and giving it to him so that he can issue it to his buyer. So if GEM would like to do that, they can also connect to the e-invoice system and register their sellers' invoices with the e-invoice system and give it back to the sellers and buyers from there. What it helps in is, it's an authentication of a business transaction, and it is registered by the e-invoice portal, which is currently run by NIC, and it is signed by them. So it becomes a valid business transaction between a seller and buyer.
That's great.
So one objective of this is to avoid frauds and evasion of taxes. But the biggest, not looking at the negative side, the positive side is in the erstwhile era, you had invoices being sent by sellers to buyers in any particular format, any particular type, with what parameters, less parameters, more. Somebody had their own criteria. We brought them onto one place. We commonalized all business parameters into one template to cater to each business domain, whether it is construction, whether it is IT, whether it is FMCG, whether it is retail, and all those parameters available. So today it's been there now for almost 2 years, and no business has come and said, look, this particular template does not suit me. It meets the requirement of everybody. And having got that in one place, these invoices are then reported to the government and they are registered by the government. So once it is done that, nobody can deny that, look, I did not get an invoice, you did not give me one, I did not generate one, and so on and so forth.
And buyers will also be facilitated in terms of input tax credit, and all that will be easier there.
Yes. And going forward, there are so many possibilities that we look forward once we have, stabilized this and brought it down to all the businesses. There are so many more gains of function that will happen with this particular feature. And like I mentioned, Threads is one platform where they've been waiting for getting registered and authenticated invoices. That's one use case that we have. they will start discounting and factoring the invoices. We have account aggregators who would love to get these registered invoices so that they can provide the requisite financial instruments of use by the businesses to them. So like I said, one of the thoughts is that this is the instrument that will actually lead to the $5 trillion economy that the Prime Minister talks about, because it is a single instrument of business which cannot be, it cannot be revoked or denied by any business. Okay.
So for that insightful presentation, so you can please kindly continue with the rest of the panel.
Yeah, so I think we'll come back to the e-commerce core platform, and I'll request Koshi to make his presentation and enlighten the audience here.
Thank you, Pankaj. And let me just take 1 second to share my screen.
Sure.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible. You can put it on show so that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Is it clear now?
Yeah, great. Over to you.
Okay, cool. Thanks. And so what we just heard are two fantastic national level projects that has come up in the last 10 years or so, and one of them probably last 5 years, and has been exceptionally successful and demonstrated to the world that the capability of India to address digital solution for population scale problems. And there are many more which we are familiar. And if you look at when Pankaj was explaining, when he talked about the India stack and the tag up report and what are the kind of things that came out and so on and so forth. Then as we are familiar with the UPI, which is what transformed the payment systems. And now what I'm trying to talk about, Open Network for Digital Commerce, is the latest addition to our initiatives of taking up unique world-class projects. At the onset, let me just put a very interesting point about this particular project, is that if you earlier when you set up the UID, which is one of the largest biometric database in the world, and but there had been ID systems across, and we demonstrated our ability to do something of this size and scale. When we did UPI, the challenge we are trying to address was the very small digital payments that is happening in our country then, which is not the situation today, which was typically a problem of the developing countries. And then we did not answer. The world looked at and said, yeah, it's a problem of India, a developing country. We have solved it. And now we have demonstrated that is one of the best systems in the world. And there is a lot of appreciation of that in terms of its sophistication and its ability to handle such large scale transactions. When it comes to digital commerce, there is a particular situation that is being observed all across the world, is the extent of concentration of market players, whether it is in developing country or whether it is in developed countries. If you look at the world situation today, about 42 or 43% of the total transaction that is happening, digital transaction in the e-commerce sector, comes from 4 companies, especially 4 Chinese companies. And okay, of course, we can say that China is a big country if you remove the 4 countries too. But that is a situation that is, even if you remove, that's a situation anywhere. Even if you look at in India, like a couple of years ago, it was about 70% was 2 large platforms. Now there are a couple of other platforms coming. But essentially, the projection is that in about 2 or 3 years' time, if this is the way our digital commerce goes, it will be concentrated with about 80 to 90% from 3 or 4 large players. So this has become a serious concern across the world, both developing country and developed countries. And very interestingly, recently the European Union came out with called Digital Market Access Act, which essentially is essentially trying to look at this whole challenge from a regulation point of view. So they are talking about the contestability, essentially what is a competition that is possible in the digital market, as well as the concentration and the resultant possible not so fair practices. So they're trying to address the whole thing with the help of regulation. Same is happening even in America, which is the center of all, where this all started. And there they call America Innovation and Online Choice Act, essentially talking about the same issue with respect to the concentration and the challenges associated with that to industry as well as the consumer on a long term. So there again, they are trying to approach the whole thing from a regulation point of view. Whereas in India also, we have been observing the same thing. We have talked about the same challenge of market concentration. And this, as a country, we have tried to approach an attempt is to look at the whole thing, not from regulation point of view, but from technology, with the markets coming in to apply this technology and with enabling policies. So that is in that way a very truly democratic approach, which is first time in the world. And that's the reason there's an interest in India as well as in globally of how it will pan out. This is in very early stages. And it is this, I just want to put a big picture context on what we are trying to attempt to do here with respect to the digital commerce. We are all aware that internet, which sort of started, was founded on principles of openness and democratization. What do if I just simply explain it in 2 lines, like let's assume about the web pages. Anybody can develop a web page so long as they can create an HTML page. I can do one koshi.com and Pankaj can one on gstn.com. Anybody can do, and the accessibility of all this all this web pages or the websites are all same. There's no distinction saying that somebody has a captive audience. What makes a distinction is what is the website offering. If there is something really meaningful and exciting for a large cross-section of people, it would be viewed again and again. If there is nothing of relevance, it will not come. So it is not the captive audience that make the difference. It is what is being offered. But that is, when it comes to digital commerce, that was not the way. And that is why the whole concentration became a challenge. While we are all excited about the growth of e-commerce in the last few years, but if you really look at India as a big country and look what is the extent of penetration that is there, in the buyer side, the penetration is about 6 to 7%. I mean, maybe this year it might be 8%. So on the retail buyer side, it is still in single digit. When it comes to seller side, it's even 1%, 1.5%. So what it means is the extent of participation in digital commerce is very, very limited. It is, and mostly it is onto the privileged segment of the society, people who can afford to participate. And most of the products, if you again look at the product mix in terms of the volume and value of transaction, it is again concentrated towards that segment of the market. All this is because of the way the pure platform-centric approach of digital commerce today. So let me just go a little more specific. If you look at my the slide, on the left side is the current state. You have on one side, you have all the sellers, the people I have something to offer to sell. And on the other side, you have the consumer who says, I want something to buy. So today we have 2 or 3 platforms. If you look at platform A, B, and C, and platform A may have their sellers S1 and S2. Platform B may have S3 and F4, and so on and so forth. And on the right side, you have the customers who are there in platform A, C1 and C2, or platform B, C1 and C4, and C3 and C4, and so on and so forth. But the way the platforms are organized using proprietary technology is that if you are a seller on one platform, you can only discoverable to the buyers on that platform. So if I am a consumer in platform A, C1, I can only see S1 and S2, who are the sellers in that platform. I cannot see S3 and S4 and S5 and S6. So if as a seller, I want to be present in two platforms, it means that I have to establish business process and technological interfaces to be able to be visible in both the platforms. And on the other side, if I want to buy from both platforms, I want to see what's offered in platform A and platform B, I need to have a buyer interface, which is there in both platforms, which you're all familiar. So that's what it is pictorially presented here. So in each of the platform, there are two sides. One is a seller platform, if I call it, which is servicing the sellers, which enables the sellers to upload their catalogs and manage their orders and so on and so forth. On the right side is the buyer platform, which will allow the consumers to log in, search for the products, place an order, payment for that. In a proprietary technology-based platforms, both are integrated, and that's why you'll see them as one single box. And the linkages between the buyer side and the seller side is an internal black box. And that is what is leading to concentration. It would mean that whoever has established a reasonably large size of consumer base, whether it's on the buyer side or on the seller side, have the will be in a unique position that the network effect will ensure that they are growing and rest of the people cannot compete so easily unless they also have very, very deep pockets and extensive resources available. And so this is, whether it is because of any sort of unwelcome practices by the platform owner or not, the very nature of what we call the network externality will lead into concentration. That is what is happening all around the world. And that is what we are trying to address with ONDC and IDEA. So what is it doing? If I just look at on the right side, you can again see the similar kind of arrangement of platforms. I'm not saying that platforms are not there. Platforms are there, except we have unbundled. You can see we have unbundled them. What do you mean by unbundled? I'm just trying to make it simple. Buyer side and seller side is unbundled. What was there in the left side as one single block has become two blocks. And but when you do the separation, is it leading to fragmentation? No. So that is why the idea of interoperability comes in. The idea of interoperability is that although they are separate building blocks offered by different entities, they can all talk to each other using a common protocol. And that is what is presented on the right side. So what you see in the middle is the network, which enables the buyer in platform A to talk to platform Y to talk to any seller in platform X, Y, or Z. That is what will enable by this network in the middle, and that is what ONDC is establishing. So what we are bringing about is some structural change. Two things. One is unbundling and interoperability. Unbundling is the ability to break the building blocks of transaction. In a simple terms, if you look at buyer and seller, there are more, but I'm just making it simple at this point in time. The buyer side and seller side, if you look at as two separate platforms, they can be offered by anybody. They can, and the interoperability enable it to be stitched together so that the consumer, whether it's a buyer or seller, can experience seamless commerce. So let me go a little more detail for people who are a little more interested in the architecture and so on and so forth. If you look at the this picture, what you see as dotted rectangle is the current platform approach, where you can see there is a buyer side which is talking to the buyer, and there's a seller side which is talking to the sellers, and there's in between something that enable this the communication between them. And this whole rectangle, if I just call this here, is a black box. What ONDC is trying to do is that just remove this black box and say that buyer side application can be done by any buyers, seller side application can be done by any sellers, and we will enable any seller side application to communicate to any buyer side application and any buyers resulting as a result of that, and enter into transaction on the basis of what the seller wants to offer and on the buyer wants to buy. So that's a choice. So each seller can decide what does he want to offer, what is his terms, and the buyer can decide whether he likes it, and then he can take it. So that is the whole idea and of ONDC. So the ONDC has unbundled and made the whole thing interoperable. But in addition, when such a community come together, talking the same language and working together to sort of stitch their own part of the businesses using a protocol, we need to bring some amount of discipline to and some common services. And that is what ONDC will provide. Buyer side, if I just give an example of buyer side possibility, anybody who has a digital consumer today, let's take the case of telco, okay, or a bank, or a fintech company. They all have digital consumers, many of them. And only thing they can't offer digital commerce because they don't have captive sellers. As I explained earlier, sellers are now an open pool for anybody. So it becomes very much possible for the buyers to bring their buyers and be visible. So what we are going to, what we expect is that the buyer, there are many platforms like the bankers and the fintech, etc., will expose their buyers to the network using ONDC protocol. So buyers are now nobody's private or captive property. Buyers are as a pool, like in the case of physical market. And now the sellers in the similar fashion can now offer to all these buyers. So even seller side that way, there is no exclusivity, say that I have so many buyers, so you come to my platform. No. Now anybody can create a platform, very specialized platform. Let's say somebody creates a platform for Lucknowi sari producers, or somebody create a platform, I mean, like what we have, offer the products of one district, one ODOP, coming from a state. They can now make their catalog visible through this platform using ONDC protocol, and that catalog will be visible to all the billion consumers on the other side. And that's the beauty of this network. And like I said, the common facilities that ONDC offers is, first of all, it is not that anybody can come and just jump into this community. So there is a discipline in which they are selected. So there is a, we have a mechanism of onboarding any platform, whether on the buyer side or seller side, with some due diligence. And then their name is there in the registry. And before it is, their name is registered in the registry, we will do a KYC. Then we will also test whether their applications are compliant to the ONDC protocol, and then they become online. And then they also have to sign an agreement which which very clearly states their acceptance of all the network policies. And those network policies themselves are in digital form, so the monitoring, tracking, and compliance become really much simpler. So ONDC in that way also is the storehouse or the custodian of the network policies. Then other common thing that as a common infrastructure being offered to everybody is the reputation index for reputation for all the sellers and seller platforms and buyer platforms and so on and so forth. Because earlier, for example, if I am a part of one platform A, I have a reputation, but if I move out to another platform, my whole reputation is lost. So in that way, I am sort of becoming captive to a platform, okay? Because all my history, everything is attached to that platform. Now, because he's a part of a network, it doesn't matter. If he is not happy with one platform, seller side platform, he can move to another platform with all his history of transaction and all his history of reputation, all still his right. So that way, and on the other side, that also will sort of force certain disciplined behavior. So what you would have observed now is that the original platform, when it was more of a self-concentrating platform, this is a self-correcting platform. Why do I say so? Now look like a buyer side platform here. Let's say that a telco decide to make digital commerce available for their clients. Now their relationship is only with the buyers. They don't even know who are the sellers in the network. So their loyalty is to the buyer. So they want to make something special for the buyer. So there is one unique service which is not available to us today. When we are not even aware of that. Is a kind of specialized buying service. Because when a platform has both buyer and seller, in addition to helping you to make some quick identification, there's a natural tendency to push some product to you because they also have an allegiance to many of the sellers, and many of the sellers would, make certain financial incentives available to the intermediary for pushing their product. Whereas in this case, the buyer side applications have no such possibilities because they have no connection. They don't even know who are the sellers. They will only know when a search request goes. So they'll focus on interests of the buyers. And if one buyer application is not behaving well, the buyer has the freedom to go to another buyer application because the sellers are common anyway. It doesn't matter. You might be in platform A, you might be in platform B, but you still have the access to the same set of sellers, unlike in the current situation. And we expect the buyer applications to take extra effort to use the modern technology to make the whole buying experience more exciting and more result oriented. And also later, if there is any grievance or anything, even they will become their agent. That way they become the buyer's agent to look after their interest to, first buy the right product, and then if there is an issue, to resolve it. Similarly, in the seller side also, there is no benefit of being in one platform. Okay, so because of that, the seller side, and they don't have no sellers have captive audience of buyers. So they have to be very, very careful in terms of the kind of service that they do. And they will also take extra effort to make sure that their seller platform performs well and the sellers perform well, because if the reputation gets messed up, the buyer platforms won't even accept them because there's no captive audience there. So because of that, they will take the extra effort to make sure on a long term that they are behaving appropriately. And there again, like I said, this reputation index, reputation scores are across the network, and even if you move from one platform to another, it will come after you. So because of that, these things essentially make it to a more self-correcting agency. So this is an idea. So we had started this, set it up. This company was set up December 31st last year. And some of the best institutions together have come together to set this up, a non-profit, non-government entity. As you can see, you have the top 5 bankers, private sector bankers, top 5 public sector bankers, national institutions like CDB, NABARD. Then we have BSE, NSE, CDSL, NSDL all together come, and they have shared the resources together because they believe that what is being set up as a collective infrastructure is going to be driving significant amount of commerce in a very transparent fashion. And probably you people who have been listening to the speakers earlier, you could also see when there is such extensive digital commerce, which is possible, and the extent of this now being the source of digital transaction for enabling flow-based lending a reality, which is going to be a dramatic change to these small and medium enterprises, because they all have now equitable presence, unlike in the present case where the presence is limited to some entities who can live to the expectation of 1 or 2 or 3 platforms who have their own rules of the game. So that is the whole idea. We had the pilot has started in last month. We have launched in 5 cities, and now it is going, as of today, there are in 8-9 cities, but it is being done only on a limited fashion, in the sense it's only by invitation, because we are attempting to test out the variety of transaction through a set of buyers and sellers who are all coming together to test this out. And we expect that this, because it's a network, it will rise, it will grow. And based on this experience, the playbooks are being detailed out, and more buyers and sellers are coming in. So we see in the coming months, number of buyers able to access is increasing, number of sellers increasing, number of cities increasing, number of seller platforms increasing. So in our first pilot, we had only 1 buyer platform, which was Paytm, and the 5 seller platform as a demonstration to see that it works in small and medium enterprises in 2 domains, one of the 2 difficult domains, which is retail and food. But we would see this growing to encompass practically all domains and categories in the next few years. So, so that is the kind of journey that we have just started. That is what has created a lot of excitement in India as well as internationally. So if I just summarize we are empowering India to lead the way in shaping the future of digital commerce globally, because as I told you earlier, this is a model that is being very closely watched by people around, because this is a challenge that every country is trying to address either through regulation, and what we are doing is to address this through technology. And this is, in summary, I wanted to share. There is a lot of material that is available on the net. I feel, because it's something very new, I know it is not easy, because it's not easy to understand and internalize. Plus, it is fundamentally changing the way the e-commerce is done. So our mental models are all based on our current understanding. And when we're talking about this unbundling and interoperability, it looks simple, but the implications are quite many. And the most the benefit is going to come from small and medium enterprises who are not otherwise blessed with the kind of resources that is needed to sort of to be taking a leading position in digital commerce, unlike many other entities. So that kind of trigger and help that will be provided to very, very large small and medium enterprise in the country could really see their enhanced performance, because they have better access to market, they have better access to credit, and they have specialized service providers looking at their own exclusive interests and not force any particular agenda based on some financial incentives which are not in line with what is the industry's interest. And this is what I want to just briefly share with you. We'll be happy to share any questions. And if there's any clarification, feel free to send mail to team@ondc.org. That's a mail address that we have given. Thank you.
Thank you, Koshi, for a very enlightening presentation on ONDC. And like you mentioned, it's a new, animal in town, and what you've told us is all about that animal, and it's great. I have, a question for you. I'm also a newbie to this ONDC, so don't mind if the question is a little.
No.
Yeah.
My pleasure to answer questions.
Yeah. So firstly, of course, I understood the difference between platforms and ONDC. So I understand that the Paytm malls, the Gems and the Amazons and the Flipkarts of the world would need to come to you, right? To connect to that black box which you've just described, right? Now, how difficult or how challenging is it for you to get these platforms to come and, accept your, because openness and transparency happens to be a threat to many people at different times. So have you, what are the challenges you faced or you're facing in getting them to connect to you to be able to use this, transparent platform?
Very valid question, Pankaj. But I'll tell you, one of the uniqueness about this network is that there is the very model incentivizes active participation. And I'll explain to you why. Today, there are many entities who are digital consumers, telcos, fintech, okay, let's say PhonePe, and banks, okay. They all have digital consumers for nothing to do with e-commerce. They have some other service. For example, telco has only telephone service. Like PhonePe has their, whatever product that is there. Now, even if they want to offer digital, e-commerce, they cannot do, because they have no sellers. Because sellers is somebody's private property. Oh. Whereas now that the sellers can be there available to anybody, for anybody who can bring the buyers using ONDC protocol will have the visibility of all sellers. So that's why we are seeing, while the existing players may not be very excited to join immediately, there are many large entities who have digital consumers saying that, hey, I want to be. So that's why we are seeing as of today, about 150 organizations, both on the buyer side, seller side together, and different stages of integration. It takes some time, a couple of months. Okay. So there is a natural incentive for them to come in. Okay. Because it is giving them a new business opportunity. It is giving them an ability to offer something more to the seller, more to their consumers. Similarly, there are many people, many nice startups and IT companies are saying today they had no possibility of providing digital commerce to large number of sellers because they have no buyers in their hand. Supposing there are, in fact, many even while they could control the supply side, In fact, I remember we just recently concluded a hackathon with NABARD. NABARD said they have been trying to help a lot of agricultural producers to digitize their, the whole operations and get their catalogs digitized. But we can't get them buyers because the buyers are not, onboarding buyers is a very expensive proposition.
Yeah.
So now if they can make their catalog digitally visible to this network using ONDC protocol, the buyers who had been come as a pool. So every buyer can talk to every seller. So now it is no more anybody's private property. It's a pool like in the physical market. So that is giving a lot of incentives for people to come and say, hey, let me help you. And the beauty is when they say, let me help you, they are not talking about, hey, let me come and make your operations efficient. Because then some of the small people won't even understand if you attack for an efficiency belt only. Whereas if you go and attack and say, boss, I'm giving you more market. I'm making you better market access. Okay. I'm helping you to take the catalog visible to, today it is visible to 10,000 people. Tomorrow it might be visible to 100,000 people. Then they say, interesting. And it is not very expensive. It's not, and it's a very, very standardized protocol.
Yeah.
You're all IT people there. It's like, anybody can write an HTML page. Okay. I'm just, there are lots of people who it is not like a rocket science. You don't, okay. Similarly, this can be handled. And we demonstrated that if you look at the first 5 buyer seller platform we have come online, are really out of which only one of them is an established, the rest of them are startups because they're quite quick. And the big ones are all coming. It's not that they don't want to come. They're all in various stages. So we wanted to demonstrate that it is possible. This cascading is possible at the smallest level. That's why we took this small entities to start with, while the others are being integrated.
Okay, great. So I think you have one ready platform with us on our show itself. Rajesh Jain would be willing to, I'm sure.
He's already talking to us.
We are in a series of discussions we have had, and we of course have certain issues which we are discussing. I mean, when we talk about platforms, we are just talking about technology. E-commerce technology is just one part. The second big part is the commerce itself, the terms and conditions governing the commerce, and the buyer and seller comfort and behavior, which are very important here. So we are in discussion. In fact, the basic thing that is required to be done is to break the mold of the existing buyer-seller comfort zones. Unless we are able to bring them and provide them the same sort of comfort zone over here on ONDC, it would be a challenging task for us. But we are working together.
Yeah, great. So it'll be good to see 2.5 lakh crores worth of GMV of GEM coming through ONDC, right? So all the best to that. And
not exactly, not exactly. The reason is that our buyer side is a captive audience which cannot be exposed to ONDC, but we are actually thinking of exposing our seller base to the ONDC because our buyers are governed by procurement processes and rules which are governed by GFR. They cannot go to any platform and buy from there. So our seller base will be the one which will be probably willing to be exposed to ONDC and look out for buyers on the other side.
Oh, I see. So you will have to, then Koshi will have to make those arrangements, to do a customization of who can see what. And
that's okay. It's like saying if there is no need for like you said, there is no need for anybody to come both buyer side and seller side. No?
Okay. And we look forward to getting the big wigs, the big, platforms of the world coming onto NDCs very soon. All the best to that. I'll now request Sri PV Bhatt to kindly make his presentation and enlighten us on his platforms that he's been running. Over to you, Bhattji.
Thank you, Pankajji. I will go through quickly the presentation. I think time is running out of thing. Anyway, I'll try to cover up as much as possible.
You have
is there a time limit, anything?
No, you can go through. You have your full 20 minutes, so we are good.
So session has been extended, so.
Okay, right. Thank you. So as you know, when the GST has been introduced, it started with one nation, one tax, one market. Subsequently, the states also wanted to have one more system called as a e-way bill. So we added a one e-way bill system into that. I'll come into that detail. What is the e-way bill, how it happens, kind of a thing. When it started, in fact, E-way bill is nothing but the simple document generated from the government portal for the movement of goods. Basically, big valued goods are moving on the trucks or the train or the air. Those need to have invoices. Most of the time, what happens, the taxpayer will not account to that after moving the goods also. So now in the whole process, around 10-year back or a 20-year back, all the states have this system. They call it as a waybill system, where before starting the movement of the good, they are supposed to take the waybill from the government and move the goods. And government has a strategic level, the checkposts, where those e-way bills supposed to be surrendered there. So then subsequently government used to ensure that whether they are accounted or not. So this is the system was there around 15-20 years back. When you were moving on the road also, you might have seen and the people waiting for a 2 hours, 3 hours to get their vehicles get cleared from the commercial tax departments. So with that, the system was there, and most of the states say that even this system is required when the GST comes into the picture, because they say they were very sure that tax evasion will be happening if these kind of things are not there. So the GST Council wanted to bring in a different way the same system, rather than making the people to come to the office and take the way bill kind of a thing. So they came with a e-way bill kind of a system. It is a separate system. What they told is it is a single e-way bill. Go to the government portal, enter your basic details, generate one e-way bill, and move throughout the country. Previously, each state used to have a separate e-way bill. Now it has been merged, and one e-way bill for throughout the country has been brought. And also they told that checkpost will be removed, so the hassle movement of the goods will happen. So people can move the goods from one place to other place without any stopping at the border of the checkpost and take care about that. Obviously, government wanted to increase the tax collection, so tax evasion wanted to be done quickly. To be taken care on that. And also the verification should be simplified. These are the 5 objectives on which the e-way bill has been started. So then subsequently, when we rolled out the e-way bill system in a phased manner from NIC side for the GST Council as per the requirement, we looked into who are the stakeholders involved there. One is a taxpayer who are supposed to get involved, and they should be simplified. They're getting the e-way bills rather than coming to office, getting the e-way bill and submitting all kind of a thing. Secondly, transporters are involved, where they want that their movement of goods should happen easily and simply without any problem or the bottleneck or hassle in the movement of the goods. Third is obviously the government administrator wanted to ensure that tax collection should improve, so that ease of business also should be provided to the taxpayer. Fourthly, also we looked into that when the manual system was there, number of paper generation was so huge that lakhs of papers were generated and provided and collected at the checkpost, and it was used for the verification kind of a thing. So that was manually, so many things were involved, transportation, so many things. So, and also vehicles were used to stand 2 hours, 3 hours at the checkposts and take care about that. So those are the environment friendly issues also has been addressed in the whole process. So what the government has decided, GST Council, is they told that simple form is required for the e-way bill generation. 7-8 parameter they told, you enter 7-8 parameters and generate the e-way bill and take the unique number and proceed. That unique number can be taken on the mobile number also and taken further on that. So what the government did is to improve the simple ease of doing business, ease of generation also is important, ease of usage of the system is important. So we have provided a various modes of the generation of the e-way bill. What people can go to the web, people can generate through SMS. As I told you, only 7-8 parameters are required. Just to enter 7-8 parameters, e-way bill will be generated and you will through the SMS, and you will get on the mobile only and take it further. As you know, most of the business entities will be working 24/7. And in the night, there will be some staff will be working who will not be aware of the computer awareness, so that he can generate e-way bill through SMS and vehicle updation he can do and take care about that. One of the important area where we pushed is also API site-to-site integration. This is one of the bigger companies wanted to have, because they are already generating all their invoices, document, bill, everything. So they wanted a API integration. We established that. We provided Android app also. So basically, ease of doing business purpose, all kind of a facility is provided, so that 1.26 crore taxpayers easily use the system and comply with the things, rather than having a problem in the whole process, because they are more focused on doing the business rather than looking into this. So their business should not be impacted just because of government is introducing some kind of a new activities. So obviously, outreach program we have carried out because 1.26 crore and plus their staff also has to be trained. We done a number of outreach program to ensure that everybody has been touched upon, and we established the help desk. GSTN has a help desk. Using that, we reached about to all the people, and regularly we are communicating the taxpayer, and we in touch with them through email and SMS about all the activity whatever are happening. And this is one of the interesting things which the technology side we have done is the FASTag integration. Basically, the tax officers are basically e-way bill has been introduced to ensure that tax evasions are not taking place. So tax officers are interested to know, because now randomly they are going on the road and standing and checking up the vehicle, how the vehicles are moving, whether the e-way bill is there or not. Now we have come up with, after introduction of the FASTag, the officer, if he is standing after the toll, system will tell which vehicle is carrying which commodity and which vehicle is not having a e-way bill. So officer can do the proper judgment, calculated judgment of identifying the vehicle and stopping the vehicle rather than doing his subjective matter. So you have interfaced with the vehicle system also. A lot of interfaces we have established to ensure that data, whatever the people are feeding the data, are correct and calculated and validated also. So this is one of the area where we have provided a lot of analytics. In fact, government officers have done a lot of analytics using this system, detected a lot of cases also. And we have linked with the Google Map also, not Google Map, Bharat Map, which has been NIC is having one of the tool. In that we have interface and showing to the officer how the vehicles are moving, from which place to which place it is moving, whether the bill tradings are happening or recycling of happening, all kind of a thing they can see through the whole system. So this is in a nutshell about the statistics of the e-way bill. As on now, in last 4 years, 281 crores e-way bills have been generated, and we are running the system for 24/7 without any downtime. And 41 to 42 lakhs taxpayers are using this system, top taxpayers. 1 lakh transporters are using. On average, you can see last 4 years we are having started with a 55 crores e-way bill generation in the first year. Now, last year we reached 77 crore. So it is happening on the system, and absolutely on average 33 lakhs e-way bills are generated from this portal without any hurdle or any issue for the taxpayer. So now I'll go to the e-invoice system, quickly touch upon that also, so that everybody will be aware about what is the e-invoice basically. So e-invoice is nothing but a simple system where it is, in fact, India Stack can be proud to say that India is one of the leading the e-invoice implementation throughout the country, even though some of the states like, countries like South Korea and Argentina, some of the people have started the e-invoice, but they have not gone into that extent as India has gone in the implementation through the GST system for the e-invoice. So it is basically what we are saying is people will continue their business, they will continue preparing their invoices, document, bills, everything as usual without any problem. Once they prepare that, they need to take the seal on that invoice. It has been recorded on the government system. What we are saying is we have a different mode through which you send it to the government portal record that and give you back one acknowledgement number, basically a stamp. So use that so that your invoice invoicing is completed. So e-invoice system will give one unique number. Using that, you can start issuing the invoice to the other party. It is a very simple. We are not complicating the system, and we have told taxpayer, you continue because you know your business very well. We don't want to touch upon that, and we want to interfere in that. You continue that. When you issue the invoice, only just you have to register on the government portal. That is what we are told, where the government portal will give back the signed copy of the invoice, which you can give it to the recipient or other party or the transporter, which become the authenticate that government has put the stamp on that. And also it will get the QR code, which can be verified on the mobile app through the QR code by anybody. So what are the objective? It is one of the steps toward ease of doing business. Auto population of GST returns are there. Faster and easier availability of the input tax. This is one of the biggest challenge where after introduction of VAT also or GST also, taxpayer always worried about that their input tax credit. When I buy from the seller, whether I will get the input tax credit or not. Now, when government is putting the seal on the invoice, government is approving that, yes, this is the invoice has been issued by this seller. So the government is also authoritating and providing the input tax credit. So obviously this will eliminate the bogus invoices which are moving in the field without the government knowledge, and obviously it will improve the tax collection. So basically, if you see, there are a number of stakeholders who are going to be benefited from this system. One is a supplier who will be simplified in compliance, because one of the government, the current government Prime Minister always say that we should simplify the ease of doing business for the taxpayers. So this will take care about once you submit the invoice, your returns will be prepared automatically, your statements are prepared automatically, your e-way bills are prepared automatically. You need not have to worry about those kind of a thing. Then recipient obviously will get the easier and quick ITC. Transporter need not have to enter all the detail or into his system also. Most of the transporters enter that through the API, they can get this data, put it into their system, just they can start moving the goods or whatever. Financer also, whatever they are giving the financing to that companies, they can use the e-invoice data and analyze and provide the finance to the companies. Obviously, tax compliance will increase, which the government GST departments are interested. Government wanted to do the ease of doing business. This is the step toward that. So all the stakeholders will be benefited through this system, and it is a win-win situation for everybody. So obviously, features in this involved is one of the biggest thing is that it is a machine readable e-sign document will be provided. Machine readable indicating that supplier, recipient, when our buyer, when he take the invoice, he can integrate that he's in with ERP system and push into ERP system rather than keying in the whole data. So this, one of the beauty of this system is the schema is so well defined by the GST Council and all the team here that this, as you know, when you go into the market, you take any material you purchase, they will give the bill. When you see the 4 companies or 10 companies or 10 shop owners bills, they are all entirely different. But here we have built the schema such a way that all these bills are accustomed to this kind of a format and they will be able to align with this. So this has been taken care, complete requirement, and they can continue having this schema and generating the signed invoice and QR code. It becomes a very easy for integrating the existing system and accounting system. This is the one of the very good facility we have provided, where all the companies can easily integrate with their ERP system and accounting system rather than again coming back to the portal key, avoid the keying in of the whole invoices. It integrated with the seamlessly e-way bill. People need not have to go again to the e-way bill portal, enter all the transaction details. That will take care. And number of utilities we have provided for the taxpayer to take care about that. One of the biggest thing what we have provided is the API integration. Large number of taxpayers are using the API integration. They are preparing their invoice on their portal using their ERP system through API. They are sending to our portal, getting it registered, getting the acknowledgement, again integrating with their system. So we have provided through the GST Suvidha provider also this whole system. And also there are some small taxpayers who generate only invoice 1 or 2 invoice per day or 3-4 invoice per day. They may not be so IT savvy, or they may not have a ERP system kind of a thing. So what we have provided is a simple tools we have provided. We call it as a Japan. It is a browser-based system which will work independently without depending on the portal also. It will offline also it will work. And Japan system mobile-based application also we have provided, which will work on mobile and Android app, also iOS. And we have provided a bulk entry Excel based tool also. This is one of the interesting where the large number of taxpayers are running their ERP system as usual, doing their system. They are preparing in Excel form the data to be uploaded into the e-invoice portal. They are generating that and taking care of. So we have understood the taxpayer requirement, how they want to integrate, and all permutation combination you have provided so that they will not have a problem in running the whole system. So this is again, we have done a number of outreach program with the help of the other government department also. Regular communication we are having. Every taxpayer will get one SMS every day. How many e-invoices have been generated, e-way bills have been generated, kind of a thing. And also we are notifying the very changes, publishing the details, everything on the portal. People can understand that, take care about that. And website has a full material about the video, manuals, FAQs, everything. Using that, one can easily understand and start using it without depending on the third party. Because people generally, what happens when we give the new technology, a new portal or new system, always the business people will start shaking, saying that what is this? So again, I have to go to this portal, understand the whole process, technology, and do that. So to avoid that, we have simplified the whole process. We have taken care about that. And finally, I'm coming to the statistics. Basically, we are having the 189 crore invoices have generated in last 18 to 20 months, 21 months. You can see we started with a 5.7 crore. Now we have reached 12 crore 61 lakh, and it has been gradually government is changing this turnover slab, because we started with a 500 crore, then it came to 100 crore, 50 crore, now 20 crore. Government is thinking to reduce to 10 crore in next couple of months, so that they gradually bring all the player into the field. They will educate them, create awareness, so that everybody will be in sync and work on that. Totally now 3 lakh suppliers are generating the e-invoices. Total recipient involved is 87 lakh, because now it will indicate that 87 lakh people's ITC inputs is available easily without any problem. So that is what it will indicate here also. This is the in the nutshell about the statistics. And we are happy that NIC is involved with the GST Council in building up this system and building the robot IT infrastructure with a DR system. And we are running this system 24/7 operation for last 4 years without any downtime. Almost 1 crore transactions are happening, both e-waybill and e-invoice together on this portal on the peak days. And taxpayers are being served through the API in a sub-second response. So that way they are able to take care. Gradually we are increasing this threshold also as per the government decision, and it will be taken care further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bhattji, for your very nice presentation on the e-waybill system. So what I was just wondering was that, such a great system which has enabled seamless travel from end to end through the country, and it must have brought about a great amount of efficiency in logistics. So I'm sure you would have some statistics around, let's say, a journey period which used to happen in a pre-e-waybill journey and today in the post-e-waybill era. Would you have some percentage into, how much percentage logistics efficiency has come about?
Yeah, it is a very interesting question, basically. So what has happened is when we introduced the e-waybill, even the whole country, including the press, everybody was looking at what is this e-waybill, why the government is introducing, why they are burdening the taxpayer or even the logistic companies in carrying out. So they were very keen to know that. After a couple of months, they started moving. In fact, some of the articles have come in the paper only, the journalists, big presses people. They have in fact moved from Jaipur to Lucknow, and they have interacted with the drivers also, the transporter also, how the system is now, what was the previous system. So they got the input. They were saying that previously the transporter used to say that it used to take a 20 hours from one place to other place. Now it has reduced it to 15 hours. So straight away they are saying around 20 to 30% of the time, logistic time movement has been reduced. Even the people have moved from Chennai to Bangalore. They have also calculated. So journalists only have come up with an article saying that yes, this system has helped the transporter and the taxpayer also in reducing the movement of the time for the transportation from around 30%.
That's great, because 20 to 30% efficiency in terms of time, fuel, the vehicle running, the resources who are actually driving those vehicles is a great amount of efficiency that's come about. And it's a great platform that NIC has been running both for e-waybill as well as e-invoices. I have two questions here from the audience. Firstly, I would just like to mention, because we have audience from foreign nations also, and a lot of the statistics we've been mentioning has been in terms of basically the Indian figures of lakhs and crores. So what I just want to say is that 1 crore is equivalent to 10 million and 100 crores is equivalent to 10 billion. So just to get a handle on those statistics, of course, now the slides are no more there, but we'll share it with the NAGD platform and they can share it further so that translation can be done. The question that I have is for you, Rajesh, from of GEM, and what they're asking is, can you help them understand the amount of penetration that has happened as a result of the GEM in the government sector? So the actual question states that Can you please help? Can you please explain about the penetration that GEM has as of now in the overall procurement segment in the government context?
Yeah, it's slightly difficult to exactly assess the penetration, but we do have rough estimates. Our own estimates tell us that around 20% of total procurement as of now in government has moved from other platforms to GEM platform. I'm talking about the last year figures, which says around 1 lakh crore of GMV have been transacted on GEM. But to be very frank, there are no accurate data points available for exact kind of procurement that happens in public sector in government of India or in state governments. So it's a rough estimate. As of now, it's around 20%.
Okay, so will the government probably put a mandate to all government departments that by so and so time you will only transact on this platform and none other?
Yeah, it is already there in terms of, say, central government departments are already mandated to make all their procurements through GEM, but there is a capacity limitation on our own side also. It's about the creation of new categories. As we are proceeding, we are creating new categories. As of now, we stand at around 10,000 categories having been created. So if we create more such categories, more transactions will be moved on to GEM. And this I'm talking about the central government part, because for state governments it's optional as of now. So they are coming up on their own based on the advantages that they are getting. So some of the states are proactive, some of the states are slightly being pushed or being advised about the advantages of transparency and all that. So they are bringing in at a slightly leisurely pace.
Okay, that's great. There was one question for me that can we allow private entities to integrate with the GST system? So I've already put that on the chat, but just a quick answer that we have already allowed private entities to integrate with GST system through what we call as GST Surat providers. So we give them direct API access of GST system, and they can provide further features and services to their clients and taxpayers. I would now quickly conclude, and thank you very much, Rajesh, for bringing out the great platform that you've built for procurement and the amount of penetration that has happened in the government sector. And it's kudos to you and your team that you have 2.5 lakh crore worth of GMV that's available on your platforms. It's a great journey for the India stack coming to the ONDC platform, where a completely unique and much sought after initiative of taking away I would say the monopoly from platforms and bringing it into a completely open source domain by providing a gateway between the platforms to the buyers and sellers, where I need not be registered only on one platform. I could be on any, but also see the goods available on the third or fourth or X number of platform. Thank you very much, Koshi, for enlightening us on that. And Sri Bhatt enlightened us on the e-way bill system that's brought about almost 20 to 30% efficiency in logistics, and the e-invoice system that is running, which has provided a digital transaction document. And I would like to thank Chitranjan and Vishakha for all your efforts in getting this event together. And thank you very much, Rajesh, Koshi, Bhattji, Chitranjan, and Brahmanand. Over to you. Thank you all the participants for joining us for this great session. And if you have any queries further, you can please send it to the platform. We'll be too happy to respond to them. Thank you, everyone, and a good day.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for moderating this panel discussion so gracefully and also enriching it with your pertinent questions. Thank you so much for your concluding remarks as well. I would like to thank, on behalf of the organizing team of METI, I would like to thank all the panel members for sparing their precious time and enriching us, sharing their insights on GEM, on GSTN, on ONDC, and on e-way bill system, e-invoice system with all the participants of India Stack Knowledge Exchange. We indeed feel honored and privileged to have heard and witnessed this panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you all.